Ding, Aaron has accepted the blessing. Ding, a bond has been forged through the blood pact, and Aaron has become your third blood-bound follower. Ding, Aaron has received minor blessing. All her stats are increased by 100. Ding, the stronger the blessing, the stronger the bond and the influence. Bloodline stabilization is required before altering the grade of the blessing. Ding, Aaron has awakened a hidden bloodline, the bloodline of the venomous dragon. Aaron staggered, her serpentine body trembling violently as the system's notifications echoed in Damon's mind. Scales rippled across her skin like waves, iridescent blue-green shifting into a deep crimson hue laced with black veins. Her forked tongue flickered uncontrollably, spitting sparks of venom that hissed and burned holes into the ground. My lord, she gasped, clutching her chest. Her aura surged outward, vast and oppressive, no longer just serpentine, but something greater, something ancient. Wings of poisonous mist unfurled briefly from her back before dissolving, and for a heartbeat, the phantom of a colossal dragon loomed behind her. The air itself quaked at the image, and even the rock circling high above shrieked in alarm, flying away as if unwilling to draw too close. Damon's crimson eyes gleamed. "A venomous dragon, huh?" he smirked, tilting his head as Aaron dropped to her knees, dazed but euphoric. "Not bad. Looks like I just made myself a real monster." He had expected Aaron's awakening to be a lot more impactful when compared to Mark or Kate. He had even expected her to awaken some sort of bloodline, but he did not think that she would become so powerful. Aaron's eyes snapped up to him, glowing dark crimson, slit pupils dilating with reverence and hunger. "I will not fail you, my lord. From this moment forth, I will become the strongest pillar you can lean on." Damon smiled and patted her. "Can you get up first? Let me take a good look at you." The massive serpent floated up in the air, even without any visible wings. She rose with eerie grace, her colossal body no longer bound by the earth. Venomous mist coiled beneath her like invisible wings, each pulse of aura lifting her higher into the sky. Damon nodded his head, impressed. Aaron was still clearly in C rank. In fact, it looked like her levels had fallen after the transformation and bloodline awakening, and yet she was able to fly. This only showed how powerful her draconic bloodline was. He then examined the snake from top to bottom. Her scales were crimson with black patterns that sometimes looked like runes. Her head was now sharper, more draconic than serpentine, crowned with subtle ridges that hinted at horns yet to come. From her eyes blazed a cruel majesty, slit pupils deep and black as midnight, glowing within pools of crimson fire. Damon wanted to see the full power of her unleashed bloodline, but clearly now was not the time. Aaron's entire body was trembling as she was still undergoing some changes. "You should go and feed. There are plenty of demons for you to consume. Go wherever you want and have a feast. Your transformation should require a lot of energy." Aaron bowed her massive head in acknowledgement. Then she zoomed forward into the distance with an explosive speed, clearly showing off her newly improved stats and abilities. Damon smiled. He could already imagine the chaos she would unleash among the lesser demons. A single C rank, freshly awakened, flying and exuding such dominance, would be enough to send entire packs scattering. But more importantly, it would feed her quickly, forcing her unstable bloodline to adapt, stabilize, and evolve further. She should be ready just in time for the action. The second Blood Hall purification raid was coming up fast, and this time they would be the ones to have a draconic beast fighting for them. Damon's gaze shifted to the egg that was still sitting awkwardly on his chest. He wondered when this little thing was going to hatch. After all, 2 dragons are better than 1 dragon. Maybe he could find another zone where the egg could absorb some abyssal energy. But to do that, he had to find such a place first. But none of this was his priority. The first and foremost thing he needed to take care of was Blood Rain. She needed to wake up already. Damon took out a weird crystal from his inventory. This was one of the items he had looted from LaRoche's many laboratories. It did not have a clear system description, and overall it looked very suspicious. Even Blood Rain thought so, which is why she wasn't very keen on using it. But now circumstances had changed. Blood Rain was yet to recover, and his aura was probably out for everyone to take a good look at. If he did not bring this under control soon, then it would be catastrophic. The crystal in Damon's hand pulsed faintly. Threads of murky light crawled beneath its surface in jagged veins, neither mana nor blood, but something foreign that resisted being categorized. He closed his fist around the crystal. This was definitely a gamble, but he had to take it. Otherwise, he would forever be waiting to run into something that could be useful for Blood Rain's recovery. The probability of running into something like that was high only in the land of vampires, but if he got there, then he would essentially be naked and vulnerable, which is not a good idea. Even if his primordial bloodline was shrouded, they might still be able to sense Blood Rain's soul fragment, and a legendary weapon soul fragment was enough to send the entire Bloodlands into a frenzy. A legendary weapon's power is not ordinary. A D rank could stand toe-to-toe against a C rank with just one legendary item. In the same way, a C rank could even survive the fight against a B rank, thanks to the legendary item. Every second his legendary item was exposed and he was not completely shrouded, there was a chance that things could become unnecessarily complicated. Damon did not want to take those chances. It was better to gamble with what he had in his hand. Besides, knowing LaRoche, that crystal should not be an ordinary thing. Damon had a feeling he wasn't going to lose out here. Damon rolled the crystal in his palm, making up his mind. Of course, there was also one other person who needed to agree to this. Blood Rain, do you have enough energy to consume this? Are you willing to consume this and take the risk? For a moment, there was only silence. Damon wasn't even sure he was going to get any response. It wasn't like he could forcibly shove the crystal into her soul fragment. He did not have enough experience to do something like that. Then finally, inside Damon's mind, the faint voice of Blood Rain flickered, softer than a whisper, yet heavy with fatigue. "My lord, I can consume it." Damon froze for a moment, the edges of his crimson eyes narrowing. For Blood Rain to respond without a single taunt or sarcastic bite was unnatural. That spirit of his had always been snarky and troublesome, even when weakened. The fact that she accepted so meekly meant one thing. Her strength had plummeted to the point where she had no other choice. Damon hesitated for a few more seconds. He then nodded his head decisively. "It's fine. Just do it. Whatever happens after that, we will deal with it together. I will not give up on you so easily." A low, wavering hum echoed in the back of his mind as Blood Rain stirred, her presence reaching toward the crystal. The moment contact was made, a violent surge of energy screamed through Damon's body. It wasn't fire, lightning, shadow, or blood. It was raw power without name or color, an energy that defied every law his instinct knew. His veins lit up as if molten metal had been poured into them. His bloodline unexpectedly tried to assimilate the energy in the midst of this chaos, but to Damon's surprise, his bloodline was actually lacking the ability to consume it instantly. There was a lot of struggle and resistance. Blood Rain's presence flared in his mind, louder and sharper than it had been in weeks. "It's too much. Hold on, my lord," she cried, but her voice carried both fear and exhilaration. She reached greedily for the stream, pulling it into her fragment, while Damon's primordial bloodline fought to devour it at the same time. The clash turned his body into a battlefield all of a sudden, his blood roaring crimson and golden, the unknown energy pulsing pale and gray, and Blood Rain's essence slicing through both like a blade struggling to keep its edge. The ground cracked outward in a wide circle, runes appearing everywhere, and the crystal in his grip shattered into dust. The raw energy didn't vanish. All of it funneled straight into him, demanding to be claimed. His lips peeled back in a snarl, crimson eyes blazing. Mine. All of it is mine. Damon had no idea what this energy was, and how something like this could be contained in a simple crystal. LaRocha had definitely dropped the ball on this one. If that bastard had known that this energy was so unique, mysterious, and powerful, he would have never parted with it so easily. It did not matter. Right now, Damon did not care about these things. He had never once felt a bloodlust so high and intoxicating. At this moment, there was simply nothing else in his mind. He did not care about the game world. He did not care about the real world. He did not care about becoming stronger. His family, Kate, his friends, everything was simply a haze. There was one and only one thought in his mind, and that was to consume the glorious energy zigzagging through his body right now. Each minuscule packet of this energy was bursting with power. Every single thread that coursed through Damon's body felt alive, like a storm compressed into a grain of sand. It was unstable, unpredictable, and yet maddeningly addictive. He could sense it trying to carve new channels through his veins. It was tearing down his entire body and remaking it. He was going to become the strongest vampire in the entire cosmos with the help of these strands of glorious energy. He was going to ascend higher than any god or deity and clutch the throne at the very top. Damon froze. His eyes reddened as he finally realized that something was off. Right at this moment, pain hit him like a spear to the gut. He doubled over, blood spraying from his lips, as every glorious thread of unknown energy that had felt intoxicating just seconds ago suddenly turned savage. It was no longer a gift, no longer a feast. It was 1,000 blades carving their way through his veins, remaking him cell by cell. Except his body was not strong enough to handle it. His muscles spasmed violently, bones creaked like they might snap, and his skin split in hairline cracks that leaked both blood and pale light, his own life energy. His mind flickered on the edge of blackness, torn between ecstasy and agony. For one terrifying moment, he could feel his body, mind, and soul screaming, not in triumph, but in rejection. This energy was vile and corrupt. It was not helping him, it was destroying him. "Blood rain," Damon shouted through gritted teeth. If he was struggling, then so was Blood Rain. He at least had his bloodline and his primordial core to back him up and prevent him from becoming completely obliterated and consumed. But Blood Rain was merely a fractured soul fragment. If this unknown energy was ripping him apart, then she was barely holding on. That too, she was at her weakest at the moment. She did not even have her fragmented legendary prowess right now. She was weak and vulnerable, and this thing was supposed to heal her and make her stronger. Damn it! Did everything have to go so horrendously wrong? What the heck was this damned energy? Damon staggered to his knees, clawing at the ground, trying to regain some sort of control over his body and the chaos that was currently rampaging through his body. Every heartbeat felt like his veins were exploding from the inside. He was only barely conscious, and something like regaining control felt impossible. Damon still had to try. He had made a grave mistake and underestimated the unknown crystal. But how the hell could he have known that he would be dealing with something so powerful? "No, I won't let this be the end," Damon roared, biting down on his tongue until blood poured freely from his mouth. He forced his will into his core, calling on every scrap of dominance his bloodline carried. And it looked like his bloodline hadn't been subdued just yet. Even when dealing with the raw, chaotic, corrupt, unknown energy, his bloodline was still coming out on top. It was like an unrelenting grinder that broke down the huge mess despite the power it wielded. His bloodline was simply merciless. Damon could feel it working, not with finesse, but with sheer, brutal dominance, an ancient, primordial instinct to break down anything that dared to oppose it. Each wave of the unknown energy that rampaged through his body was caught, shredded, and slowly digested into fragments his core could handle. It was chaos clashing with hunger, storm clashing with abyss, and still his bloodline pressed forward like a predator that refused to let go of its prey. Ultimately, Damon had no doubt that it was his bloodline that would come out on top. But the problem was, by the time his bloodline took care of it, he most probably wouldn't be alive anymore. Perhaps if he had a more complete version of his bloodline, but with a fragmented version, this was simply his bloodline's maximum speed. This was not going to work. Damon knew that he needed to do the impossible. He needed to push the damned energy out. So far, he had only consumed everything that came his way, but this one was different. He needed to push it out, and he needed to do it right now. Otherwise, he wouldn't survive, and Blood Rain wouldn't survive. He needed to hurry up. "Come on," Damon growled. His crimson aura erupted like a storm as he tried to push the foreign current out. The clash inside was cataclysmic, his bloodline pulling in, his will pushing out, the unknown energy tearing in both directions. His entire existence became a tug of war on the verge of snapping. Then finally, something did snap. A shockwave blasted outward from his body, carving a crater in the earth. For the first time, the foreign energy wavered. Threads of it, unable to withstand his dual assault, bled out of his body in bursts of pale gray light that burned reality itself before vanishing. The rest rived violently, shrinking, breaking, being ground down into fragments, his bloodline hungrily devoured. Damon collapsed forward onto his hands, blood dripping from his mouth, his crimson eyes blazing like molten coals. He saw the unstable pockets of space in front of him, holes in reality that seemed to flicker in and out. Bursts of powerful energy surged from within these holes every now and then, this energy different from the one that had only just now unleashed devastation on him. No, this energy was a completely different beast. Void energy? Damon wondered as his mind weakly tried to recover from everything that had happened. Then it suddenly struck Damon. Blood Rain, can you still absorb the lingering, broken-down fragments of that thing in my body? No reply came, but Damon did not want to wait for it. If you can, then do it. Do it right now. Do it immediately. If he had more control over his bloodline, over energy manipulation, over soul manipulation, then he could have probably helped her. But right now, he had none of that. There was nothing at all he could do to help her. Damon clenched his fists in frustration. He was fucking inadequate in many, many things. His knuckles dug into the dirt as he forced himself not to collapse. "Blood Rain," he growled again, his voice hoarse. "Answer me. Take what's left. Eat the scraps. Don't let this shit go to waste." He held on as much as he could, trying to coax whatever was left of the unknown energy, but soon everything was gobbled up cleanly by his bloodline. He couldn't sense the weird energy anymore, and it was no longer wreaking havoc inside him. Every single trace of it was gone, wiped clean just like that. Damon sagged onto his knees, chest heaving, and then flopped down, his back hitting the ground, as he stared at the gloomy purple sky above with his crimson eyes wide open as he tiredly recollected everything that had happened. Things had spiraled out of control so quickly that he only barely managed to get out unscathed. Fuck. Damon cursed his own stupidity. Even after playing this game in 2 lifetimes, he had still underestimated an unclassified item. An unclassified, unidentified item could be a complete dud, and at the same time, an unclassified, unidentified item could be something ridiculously insane like the one he had just experienced. He knew this already. He had the common sense to think about it, but he just did not think that it would be so extreme. I am getting way more confident than I should be. This is not good. Damon covered his eyes with his hand as he tried to rest a little. He had been relying on his bloodline, his poison physique, and his abundant raw stats a lot lately. If he left this unchecked, it would definitely become his biggest weakness instead of his biggest strength. Blood Rain, are you still alive? Damon clenched his fist tighter, blood dripping onto the ground. Had Blood Rain burned out with the last of that cursed energy? Did this blunder cost him the very thing that gave him this second chance in life? Then, faintly, a voice flickered through the haze. I am alive. The words were weak, distant, but undeniably hers. The relief that surged through Damon was sharp enough to make his throat ache. She wasn't gone, not yet. The fragments, I managed to take some in, not much, but enough to stop the unraveling. My lord, that energy was something older. It carried no alignment, no law. I do not yet know what it was, but it left scars. On you and on me. But thanks to it, I was able to somewhat recover. Give me some time, and I should be able to return to you. Before I start recovering, I have once again shrouded my presence and your aura. Nobody should be able to sense us and the power within you. Damon let out a shaky laugh, half bitter, half victorious. He was still alive, blood rain still endured, and despite everything, they had gained something. His crimson eyes narrowed as he stared up at the purple sky. He would never repeat what he did today. They had somehow come out on top at the end, but if blood rain was correct, then these scars, which he couldn't even sense at the moment, were going to be a bit troublesome to get rid of in the future. It was fine. They would be the price he had to pay tomorrow to guarantee his survival and his climb today. Damon stared at the sky for some more time. All kinds of thoughts swirled in his mind. Finally, he let out a sigh and stood up. It was time to head over to the heart of Bloodlands. There was no need to wait around here anymore. Damon's crimson eyes hardened as he thought back to the scars Bloodrain had warned him about. He closed his eyes and once again tried to sense everything inside. He spent almost 3 hours standing in the same spot and examining everything, reflecting on everything, and yet he absolutely couldn't feel anything at all. There was nothing different about him. This only made him frown deeper. This meant that the unknown energy had done something at a level which he could not even understand. Then he shook it off. Whatever it was, he would face it head on. For now, first things first. He walked over to the mer people and asked one of the mermen to call their leader. Matralaja, the mermen tribe leader, soon came hurrying over. "My lord, you called for me." Damon nodded. "Over there." He pointed to the spot where the few blurs of reality were. Holes in reality that seemed to flicker in and out. Bursts of powerful energy surged from within these holes every now and then, this energy different from the one that had only just now unleashed devastation on him. No, this energy was a completely different beast. "Be careful of it. Best ask your people not to go near it. Could be dangerous." Matralaja nodded. "Also, there's something I have to ask you. The blood coral you gave me, I'm going to need more of that. A lot more. Can you send some people over to comb through the ocean and search for more of those things?" Matralaja immediately bowed his head. "My lord, the blood coral is rare, but not unattainable. It grows only in the deeper trenches, close to where the currents are thick with death and battle. Harvesting too much at once will be difficult, but if it is your command, we shall risk the depths." "Then I would have to trouble you to do it for me," Damon still insisted. "Of course, my lord, it would be our greatest honor." The merman was more than happy to accept. After finishing his discussions with Matralaja and giving the tribe leader his final instructions, Damon informed him that he would be leaving the area soon. He then let his gaze sweep across the mer people gathered nearby, their reverent eyes following him. "Thank you for everything. I will always remember your hospitality, kindness, and loyalty. The Bloodlands call for me, and I cannot linger here any longer. Protect this territory. Guard the coast and yourselves until I return. If anyone threatens you, do not hesitate to call me." Matralaja immediately lowered his head, voice trembling. "Yes, my lord, the tribe will hold strong. When you return, the seas will welcome you with more bounty. This I swear to you." Satisfied, Damon bid them farewell and was about to turn away when the Mer-woman tribe leader, all of a sudden, hesitantly stepped forward. "My lord, this is my daughter, Milana." A young woman stepped forward and bowed her head. She was a beautiful Mer-woman with silver-blue hair cascading in soft waves down to her waist, and demonic eyes that were pools of violet rimmed with black, their glow faintly unnatural against her otherwise delicate features. Damon raised a brow, as he had never seen her before. Milana bowed her head low. "My lord," she greeted him. "Please, my lord," the tribe leader continued, "please allow me the honor of presenting you my daughter. She will be an excellent servant and serve you well, my lord. Please bless her by accepting her. She is the strongest of us and was born with promising potential. You will not be disappointed, my lord." Milana bowed again. "If you will have me, my lord, I will follow you without hesitation. I will follow you through hell and fire. I will face the strongest of tides for you and will give my life away at your will and whim. Please, accept me, my lord." Ding. "You have a new follower request." Damon nodded and accepted. He did not think much. It was common to be offered followers when taking control of a tribe. In fact, it was kind of odd that he was only offered one. But whatever. He had other important things on his mind at the moment. Damon bid farewell to the Mer people and then walked over to the outpost. He still hadn't accepted the official quest. He also sent a message to the others, asking them to assemble there. The outpost quest popped up as soon as he got there. Ding. The portal has stabilized. Ding. New outpost quest unlocked. Ding. Outpost quest. Objective: 1. Secure permanent defenses around the stabilized portal. Objective 2. Become a leader recognized by both the system and local forces. Objective 3. Declare the outpost under the banner of your faction. Damon scratched his chin as he studied the various requirements. If he was correct, then the first one should be a simple gold coin quest. He clicked on it, and immediately a notification popped up. Ding. Please select the defense tier you wish to build. A translucent menu unfolded in front of Damon, segmented into 3 tiers, each with escalating requirements and promises. Tier 1. Basic Defenses. Cost: 5,000 gold coins. Details: wooden barricades, spiked palisades, and trained town guards. Effective against low-level demons and stray players, but vulnerable to organized raids. Tier 2. Reinforced Defenses. Cost: 25,000 gold coins plus 50 mana cores. Details: rune-etched stone walls, automated ballistas, experienced town guards, and reinforced watchtowers. Adds a small blood altar at the outpost's heart to strengthen allied units within its radius. Recognized as a minor fortress by the system. Tier 3. Blood Fortress Defenses. Cost: 100,000 gold coins plus 200 mana cores. Details: a full-fledged fortress recognized by the system. Defensive walls with runes that adapt against both magical and physical assaults. Unlocks Blood Crucible, a structure that can convert slain enemies into temporary defense blood wraiths, marked on the world map as Faction Stronghold. Ding. Warning. Choosing a tier sets the foundation permanently. Upgrading afterward will cost double the initial requirements. Damon rubbed his jaw. Tier 1 would be nothing more than a token defense, barely acceptable if he wanted to stake his claim here. Tier 2 was fine, but it wasn't anything fancy. He had the money, and if the system accepted demonic cores, then he had more than enough cores as well. There was no need to be stingy here. Without hesitation, he selected the third option. It looked like the system accepted demonic cores. The next second, a few system notifications popped up. Ding. Construction of Tier 3 Blood Fortress Defenses initiated. Ding. All resources have been consumed. Minus 100,000 gold coins, minus 200 mana cores. Ding. Warning. Your outpost has been marked on the world map as a faction stronghold under the banner of the Dark Faction. Announcement pending not enough players. Immediately, the ground beneath Damon shook, crimson cracks spreading out, walls of blackened stone thrust upward from the earth, jagged and rune-carved, the runes igniting one by one with hungry red light. Spires grew like skeletal fingers reaching towards the sky, and iron gates locked into place. At the heart of the outpost, a blood crucible emerged, an obsidian construct shaped like a chalice, filled with hot, bubbling crimson liquid. Overall, everything looked extremely impressive, and it was just starting to be constructed. The entire setup would be completed in a few hours, and it would look even more impressive then. Damon closed all the system notifications and moved on to the next requirement. This was the most troublesome one, as he still did not have plans to jump into this madness yet, the madness of creating an actual guild. Just as Damon wondered how to manage this headache, Mark walked over. He whistled as he looked at the obsidian spires clawing their way into the sky. "This is insane, Damon. You really went all out, huh?" "Of course. Random raid parties and dungeon parties won't be able to even come near our outpost. They need to at least organize a coordinated full-scale guild assault to start a good fight." Damon smiled, and then smiled some more. Mark felt a creepy feeling crawl down his spine. "Why are you looking at me like this?" Damon was silent. He only continued smiling. Mark gulped. Since he had plenty of experience dealing with this villain, he was able to guess what was going on in Damon's mind immediately. "What weird plan do you have for me this time?" "You," Damon finally said. "You are going to be the face of our new guild." Mark blinked. What?" Damon nodded, giving Mark an assuring smile. "There are plenty of advantages in being a guild leader. Don't think that I made this decision lightly. You were a strong player, but you seem to lack an edge. This should provide you with that small push you need. Are you going to stop, or do you fucking want me to punch you in the face?" Mark shook his head with a firm no. Nearby, Kate giggled, clenching her stomach. "Damon, my brother would suck at this. You know it. Why are you messing with him?" Damon shrugged. "He would be very good at it. I just know it. Trust me, my dear." Kate blushed at the endearing term and did not bother to argue with him any longer. "I mean, if you say, it is definitely worth considering. Brother is indeed talented in—" "Oh, shut up." Mark was livid. "You two idiots better not dump this on my head. First, let me be clear about something. This bastard here just wants to pawn off all the shitty work that he doesn't want to do. There is no fucking way I'm taking the fall for this one. Besides, your name is the famous one. If you start a guild, then many people will run over to join the guild. Not me. My name is practically invisible." Damon threw a mock horrified look. "I am so shocked that you would accuse me of these things. Of course, my name will also be there. I will be the guild owner, and you will be the mysterious guild leader." He smiled. Mark's face twitched. "It doesn't change the fact that you are pawning off shit work to me." Damon froze, and then sighed. "Okay, you got me, Mark. You're my best friend. I'm never going to get one past you, I guess. I had to try, though. I'm just tired, you know? These days, I'm doing everything anyway. I defeated the birds, I saved the mer people, I again defeated a horde of demons, I paid the cores for these defense constructions, I tamed the rock, I also went through something pretty traumatizing recently. I am just so tired. I'm very sorry that I tried to—" "Damon, maybe I can help you." Kate stepped closer, worry softening her features. "Is it okay if I become the guild leader? I can help with the recruitment, the logistics, and the other things. I'm not sure exactly what I have to do as a guild leader, but I can definitely help." "Kate, you are falling for that? Have you lost your mind or what?" "Mark, it's fine. Am I not the one doing this? I don't care if he's acting or not. If you don't want to step in and share his load, then I will do it. What's wrong with helping him a little?" Mark's face twitched. He knew that he had already lost. These two had teamed up against him. There was no point in resisting anymore. "Fine, fuck it. I will become the guild leader, okay? Are you happy now?" Damon smiled gratefully. "Thank you. This means a lot to me. You have no idea how much." "Dude, stop it, or I'm seriously going to punch that smile off your face." Mark flexed his golden muscles, and Damon quickly ducked behind Kate. "Dude, come out here. Don't you dare hide behind her." Even as they were playing around, Damon had already created the guild and used a guild token that had been lying around for a long time now to make everything official. Mark sighed as he saw the system prompt flash in front of him. "I can't believe I let you do this to me again," he grumbled, quickly accepting everything and selecting some options. "Oh, come on, you know you love me, and you owe me oh so much." Mark shamelessly grinned. Mark shook his head helplessly. I know, you practically own me, dude." I sighed. "So what should be the guild name? Do you have any preference? What should be the banner design?" Mark looked up to ask Damon some important details regarding guild creation when he saw that the asshole had silently disappeared. He was simply nowhere to be seen. Mark stared at the empty spot Damon had just occupied, his brows twitching. That son of the bitch. He dumped the entire guild creation on me and bolted. His hand hovered over the glowing system screen, still waiting for a guild name and banner. Kate coughed softly into her hand, the corners of her lips pulling into a helpless smile. "Don't be too hard on him. Cough, cough. He works so much. Let's cut him some slack. How about I help you out?" "You better," Mark sighed, and then made her the guild vice leader, quickly sharing everything. The two of them started discussing and filling in all the details when suddenly a new message popped out. Ding! The guild treasury has received 1,000,000 gold coins. Ding! The guild treasury has received 100 demon cores. Ding! The guild treasury has received the rare grade chest armor Golden Shield. Ding! The guild treasury has received the rare grade necklace Mistfire. Mark's face twitched. He sighed again, ignored the notifications, and continued working on the other details for the guild. Though he looked and sounded annoyed, he was doing everything with the utmost care. Soon there was going to be another huge uproar in the game world, and this time it would be because of them. But first they needed to be fully prepared. While Mark and Kate busied themselves with the guild work, the portal suddenly flared and out stepped a familiar face. Ghost stood with a big smile on his face. "What the hell is this? You bastards are always up to something." He looked around with genuine amusement and took the environment in. Even for Ghost, it took a second to get used to Bloodlands. "You got here faster than I expected," Damon grinned. "Does that mean you were joining my guild?" Ghost chuckled at Damon's words, running a hand through his messy black hair as his eyes swept across the jagged obsidian spires and the blood crucible bubbling at the heart of the outpost. "I will think about it. That's all I ask," Damon smiled and patted him on the back. He did not bother pressuring him as he knew about the man's character a little too well. Even in his last life, Ghost always preferred moving alone and settling his things on his own. Ghost gave Damon a sideways glance, smirking and raising a brow. "That's it. That's the sales pitch I get." Damon laughed. "What else do you expect? A dinner date? At least a movie and a hot dog." Damon was about to say something when Kate and Mark walked over. "Who are you talking to?" Kate looked around curiously. This time it was Ghost, who disappeared without a trace. Damon shook his head helplessly. "Why do you always run away?" Mark gave him a look which Damon shamelessly ignored and shouted at nothing in particular. "Good luck in the Bloodlands." "Ghost?" Kate asked. "Yeah," Damon nodded. "Did he join the guild?" Mark was curious. "No, not yet." Damon looked in the direction where a few birds shrieked and flew away. It seemed like Ghost had selected a destination to first explore the place. "I hope you get your shit sorted out soon," Damon mumbled, and then turned towards Kate and Mark. "We should also get started soon. We don't have a lot of time before the raid, and I want to accomplish a few things before then." "The outpost?" It'll take care of itself. There is nothing for us to do with that thing for now. The defense should be up and running, and once the guild is established, we can tie up the Mer People faction with the guild and together bolster the outpost. That may be right, but we need some guild members first to start up the guild. Do you have anyone in mind? Mark opened up his system interface and asked. More precisely, they needed 10 starting members. Damon thought for a moment and then nodded. I will send you over a list of 20 names. See if any of them would join. We can always just announce the formation of the guild. I'm sure there would be a flood of players wanting to join, Kate suggested, which both Damon and Mark together rejected. That would be a disaster. Think about it, sis. First, we need a solid base. Once we set up the base, we can take everyone else in and see if anyone stands out, Damon explained. After discussing guild affairs for a few minutes, Damon then called the Rock over. Let's go. One by one, the whole group got onto the giant bird. Alora, Calethorn, Riven, Mark, Kate, and Damon. Aaron is not coming, both Alora and Kate asked at the same time. It was very clear that they were happy about it. She'll be joining us later. Damon didn't say anything else as he opened up his system interface and his map. The best course of action for them at the moment would be to head over to the vampire territory first. However, getting there wasn't a simple matter. The Rock lifted off with a thunderous flap, the ground shrinking beneath them as the jagged fortress spires receded into the distance. The air was sharp and cold up here, stinging their faces. Damon leaned back slightly, eyes narrowing as the horizon split open before them, a storm of blood-colored clouds looming faintly over the direction they were headed. That was the Forest of Doom. They would technically have to cross that to step into the vampire territory. The Forest of Doom was a vast stretch of wilderness that was all over the Bloodlands. All the territories were built around that, no one daring to step inside the forest itself. Apparently, the forest had once been a battlefield where ancient vampire lords, wraith emperors, and demon kings clashed, and their lingering hatred had poisoned the land itself. As a result, the place was teeming with aberrations and unusual monsters that were ridiculously overpowered. In his last life, players avoided this area like the plague. Damon had always wanted to explore it, and he would definitely do it now that he had returned here for a second time. However, he did not plan to go there just yet. They needed to go over to the vampire territory first and settle there. It was a good place to flex his title and position and collect as much intel as possible. If they wanted to avoid crossing the Forest of Doom, then the journey to the vampire territory would take several weeks, if not months. But Damon knew a shortcut. He wasn't all that worried. All they needed to do was get smack dab in the middle of the demon territories, access this shortcut, and make their way into the vampire territory. It was a simple matter. At least, the one who talked about it seemed that way. Damon doubted if it really would play out that way. Soon they covered the outskirts and arrived at the inner region. More and more demonic creatures had started to pop out, and even some small demon villages. Damon's voice cut through the rush of wind as the Rock began its descent. Let's get down. It's better to travel on foot here onwards. After everyone got down, Damon gave the Rock a quick pat and sent it back to the outpost. With the bird guarding the skies there, the fortress would have another layer of protection when enemies came. Damon and the group walked toward the first demon territory. From a distance, it looked like nothing more than a small village, stone huts, crooked watchtowers, and smoky fires curling into the sky. But everyone was uneasy. Mark's hands were tightly clenched, eyes narrowing at the horned figures milling about the dirt roads. Kate clutched her staff, ready for attack. Even Elora, who was usually calm, kept glancing around here and there. Damon could only chuckle at their attitude. It was not their fault. Anyone who stepped foot in here for the first time would probably have the same reaction. Relax, guys. There's no need to be so anxious and uptight. You all can unclench and walk freely. This is just a village. They don't care who walks through, as long as you don't give them a reason to." He gestured casually at the demons in the marketplace. Some were selling meat, some were bartering leather and bones, some were even selling something that looked like a fruit or vegetable, but no one in their right mind would consume the said thing, as it reeked and was disgusting in every way. See? They're busy with their own lives. As long as we don't draw attention, we're just shadows passing by. Mixed places like this are common in demon lands. As long as we don't cause trouble, we're just background noise to them. Act casual and walk. Everyone nodded, but it was clear that they still didn't completely believe his words. Damon decided to let them see for themselves. The group walked into the town without hurry. Nothing about them screamed outsiders. Their clothes were simple, stitched from demonic beast leather, rough, dark, and practical. Damon had gathered plenty of these from the demons he had killed along the way. The pouches he looted had not held much worth, no treasures, no rare weapons, but they had been filled with the daily things demons used to blend in. Worn cloaks, travel boots, crude belts, and odd trinkets carved from bone. It was just enough to pass unnoticed. No one bothered to spare them a second glance. Demons of all kinds moved through the dirt roads, a tall brute with tusks hefting a barrel on one shoulder, a horned woman shouting prices at her stall, a child with bat-like wings darting between legs clutching something shiny he'd clearly stolen. No one looked twice at Damon's group. The group crossed the marketplace, where half-skinned beasts hung from hooks and strange bubbling stews simmered in iron pots. A demon barked out a laugh, shoving his companion into the mud, while another cursed loudly about the price of bone dust. Just as Damon had said, life here went on, completely indifferent to a small group of vampires passing through. There were surprisingly a couple of other races as well, goblins and beastkin. "Oh, wait a minute, I almost forgot." Damon's sudden detour caught everyone off guard. He strolled up to a crooked stall where a demon with cracked horns and a missing eye sat slouched behind a table. Spread across the warped planks were chunks of ore, faintly glowing herbs tied in bundles, and cloudy gemstones. Everything was being sold for dirt cheap. Kate blinked. "Wait, are those Jingna ores?" She leaned closer, her eyes widening as Damon casually tossed a few into his pouch after flipping over a handful of copper coins. "And you're telling me these things are just lying around here being sold like onions?" Mark's jaw nearly hit the ground. "What the? That's mithril ore. I saw someone pay 500 gold for a sliver of this in Garth City, and this guy selling it for... He stared down at the price scratched on a chunk of bone. 2 silver? Elora shook her head, lips curling in disbelief. Damon laughed. "The exchange rate between human lands and demon lands is completely skewed. They don't value ores or herbs the way we do. To them, it's just material. Something they dig up in abundance, something the beasts bring in from the wilds. To us, it has many values. That doesn't mean everything is cheap. They use specific ores and herbs to craft dark faction-aligned items. Those things are pricey as hell." Damon smirked, already pulling out more coins. "This is why demon lands are gold mines if you know how to shop. To them, this is junk. To us, it's currency, weapons, armor, potions. We could arm an entire squad with what I just bought." The one-eyed demon behind the stall didn't even glance up. He lazily swiped Damon's coins into a sack and muttered, "Come again." Mark rubbed his temples, muttering under his breath, "Unbelievable! We've been grinding like idiots for scraps, and here we are shopping at Demon Walmart." Kate giggled, while Damon only shrugged. "Demon villages have a lot of treasures. Feel free to shop around for whatever you want." He then added with a wink, "Guild leader?" Mark's face twitched, but he was way too excited to react. He quickly walked over to another stall and cleaned out the wares over there. Elora, Calethorn, Kate, and everyone busied themselves doing pretty much the same. Only Riven was happily whistling and walking along without a care in the world, observing and enjoying the scenery around him. Damon sighed at the sight of the damned guy. He still had no clue how to whip this one into shape. Considering the other important things he was dealing with, he had no choice but to leave this particular problem on the back burner for the time being. Soon the group was done with the small village and walked out of there with big smiles on their faces, eager to step into the next village. Kate's eyes sparkled as she stuffed another pouch full of herbs. Oh my God, if we clean out all the villages like this, we could probably become the richest guild in no time. Damon chuckled at her enthusiasm. Don't get too carried away. Remember, these are just scraps for them. If we buy up everything in sight, sooner or later someone will notice and trouble will come looking for us. So we are not going to keep buying? Kate looked unwilling. Of course not, Damon grinned. Buy whatever you want, my dear. Enjoy to your heart's content. If trouble comes looking for us, we can simply say hello. Kate giggled and gave him a flying kiss. Mark groaned loudly and did a pooking action at the exchange. After the first village, the group came across a handful more along the winding dirt paths. Each one was a little different. One tucked into a ravine with crude bridges stretched across, another nestled around a bubbling spring, another little more than a circle of shacks huddled around a smoking pit. Everywhere they went, the result was the same. Stalls overflowing with oddities, goods sold for a fraction of their worth in human lands. Soon, everyone's packs were stuffed full. They were just about to enter the next village when Damon's warning came true. A group of goblin brutes stepped out, blocking their path. Their green skin was thick and scarred, their jagged tusks glinting in the dim light. Each one carried crude iron weapons, spiked clubs, rusted cleavers, and even a chain with a hook dragging in the dirt. The leader, taller than the rest and missing an eye, grinned widely. Heh, travelers, and well-fed ones at that. Looks like you've been shopping. Why don't you hand it all over and maybe we'll let you walk away with your limbs attached? Oh, and leave those 2 women behind. The goblin's one good eye fixated on Kate and Alora, and his intentions were clearly visible. It was not just his, but every single goblin's gaze was locked on to Kate and Alora, unable to contain their lust. Kate stiffened, her staff half raised. "Let me take care of this trash," she snapped. The goblin leader laughed, loud and cruel. He took a step forward, hand already reaching. "Pretty words! Let's see how pretty you look with no—" Before he could finish his words, his eyes suddenly became cloudy. He looked around in a daze and then unexpectedly swung sideways with the jagged cleaver in his hand, not at Damon's group, but straight into the chest of the goblin standing beside him. The other brutes howled in shock. "Boss, what the hell are you doing?" But the leader's face was blank. His chain-wielding comrade tried to pull him back, only to be smashed in the jaw by a savage backhand. The sound of cracking bone echoed through the path. And it was not just him. All of a sudden, one by one, goblins here and there started fighting with each other. All of them seemed to have completely forgotten about the vampires they had wanted to rob. Instead, they were tearing each other apart in madness. Kate blinked, staff lowering slightly. What just happened? Blood sprayed in the air as the goblins hacked into each other, snarling and screaming like rabid beasts. Weapons clanged, tusks cracked, and bodies fell to the dirt, the once organized band of brutes collapsing into chaos. Damon watched calmly with his arms folded. A satisfied smile curved across his lips. "Sorry," he said lightly, almost as if he were apologizing for stepping on someone's shoe. "I wanted to test out one of my skills." Kate's mouth fell open. Since when did he have such a powerful skill? Even Mark was shocked. Only Elora and Kylethorn did not seem surprised at all. The final goblin stumbled forward, one arm dangling uselessly from his torn shoulder.
His cloudy gaze flickered toward Damon for a brief moment, as if recognizing the puppeteer behind his frenzy. But before he could speak or even scream, his throat opened under his own blade. He collapsed face first into the dust, twitching once before going still. The path was silent again, littered with bloodless corpses. Ah, Damon winced. Goblin blood, hands down, tastes the worst. He turned away from the carnage and started walking casually, his cloak brushing against the dirt. Come on, guys, we don't have all day. I want to reach the closest city before the reset. Everyone started walking again, quickly forgetting about the goblins and focusing on what they could buy from the markets. The shopping spree began again, and the group went crazy, buying everything they could. Damon had half a mind to send Riven and Kalethorn around to bunch more demon villages to buy up everything, but he then decided against it. These things could wait. They had to keep their eye on the main prize. Otherwise, all they would have gained here would have been a bunch of gold coins. Another couple of hours went by in a jiffy, and the group finally arrived at the first demon city. All right, this time we really have to keep a low profile. You guys can still buy things, but make sure that you buy only a small quantity. Hit different shops at different times and so on. We will be staying here for a couple of days, so you have time. Everyone was surprised. We'll be staying here? Kate asked. Weren't we in a hurry? Damon smiled. Well, if we are lucky, then our 2 days here should shorten our journey by weeks, so it will be worth it. Kate did not understand. Let's go somewhere private before continuing our conversation. Damon ushered the group to the demon gates, where a few demon brutes were standing. One of them, a hulking creature with tusks jutting sideways and half his face covered in burn scars, sneered as the group approached. Why are you bunch of bloodsuckers here? Just crossing by. We'll leave in a couple of days, Damon smiled politely. The brute snorted, lifting his spear lazily. Entrance fee is 10 copper for a bloodsucker. He said it slowly, savoring the words as if he'd just named an impossible amount. His fellows snickered. Damon did not laugh. He allowed the little demon to have his day. He simply tilted his head, eyes gleaming faintly crimson, and handed over the coins without protest. The copper clinked into the brute's clawed palm. Damon then walked forward along with the rest of the group. The bunch of demon brutes snickered amongst themselves and shouted a few threats, but they did not bother them anymore. Now let's find a nice little inn and try the local cuisine, shall we?
Kate's eyes went wide. When Damon had mentioned local cuisine, she definitely did not think this was what he meant. The random inn they had picked turned out to have a tavern attached, one that was far too wild and lively for comfort, if those were even the right words. Demon women, surprisingly not ugly or monstrous, danced on raised platforms between the tables, their black hair flowing and their slender hips swaying. There were barely clothed, draped in scraps of silk that shimmered under the torchlight. Every so often these scraps of clothes also slipped away from their body as another demon laughed and grabbed them. The demon women did not seem to mind at all, continuing to dance completely naked. A couple demons directly dragged the women from the tabletop and pinned them right on the tavern's floor. The group then went at it, right then and there, the event blowing up into a whole orgy. The other demons in the tavern howled with laughter, slamming mugs onto tables, egging the group on to fuck harder. Kate blushed and turned away, her cheeks heating up. What the hell was this place? The tavern itself was chaos. A group of horned brutes slammed their mugs together so hard the wood splintered. A demon with scaled arms gulped down a glowing green drink, then roared with laughter as fire licked the corners of his mouth. In the back corner, a pair of beastkin argued over dice, their snarls rising into a fist fight that ended with one getting thrown headfirst into a wall. Damon pulled Kate a little closer and whispered to her, "Is this making you uncomfortable? This is how the demons live. Excess, chaos, no shame, no restraint. To them, this is pretty much normal. They are either fucking or fighting. You'll have to get used to it. Demon cities are all like this. Mark, meanwhile, was pretty relaxed. He snatched a mug of whatever passed for beer here and gulped it down. He then leaned back against the chair, silently observing everything. Calethorn was also doing the same thing. Riven's eyes were wide open, watching one of the demon girls. His mouth was also wide open. Elora took another step forward and currently had one of the demon girls sitting in her lap with her neck tilted. "My lord, would you like to take the first drink?" she offered Damon casually, as if this entire debauchery around them was nothing more than background noise. The demon girl in her lap squirmed, letting out a soft laugh and tilting her neck even further, crimson veins pulsing just under her dark skin. Around them, no one batted an eye. A pair of demons laughed from a nearby table, one even slamming his mug down and shouting, "Drink her dry, bloodsucker!" before returning to his own brawl. Kate's cheeks flamed crimson. This is insane. Absolutely insane. "Would you like to try one?" Damon planted a gentleman's kiss on her forehead. "Or maybe shall I have them send one over to our room where we can drink privately?" "What now?" Kate stared at him in disbelief, especially at the "I am a very good boy" polite smile on his face. All sorts of images flashed in her head, and she shook her head vigorously. Meanwhile, Elora finally pulled back, lips stained with crimson. The demon woman collapsed against her with a dreamy smile, looking dazed and satisfied. She licked her lips delicately, then turned her gaze to Damon. "My lord, she was delicious." "She was delicious, it seems. Are you sure you don't want to try?" He teased her again, which made Kate jump out of his grasp. I think I will be going up to rest first. Why don't you guys call me later if we are actually doing something?" She then quickly turned to Damon again and warned him with a stern look, "Don't you dare send anyone up." Damon leaned back in his chair, lips curling into a sly grin as he watched her vanish upstairs. He rested his chin on his knuckles. She's adorable when she's angry. Elora dabbed the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand, crimson still wet on her lips, and quickly moved closer to Damon. All of her competition was out of sight, and she was not going to miss this chance. "My lord, I would be honored to share a drink with you, either here or privately." She moved in close and flashed her assets. Damon chuckled softly. "Maybe later." He patted her head, making even the devilishly seductive woman blush. He then stood up to get out of the tavern. "You guys enjoy yourself here. I think I will take a stroll around the city." "I will come with you." Mark stood up and joined him. The two of them then walked into the streets and started wandering around the city. Not so surprisingly, the scenes they had seen inside the tavern was pretty much happening everywhere around the city. Demons were fucking each other in random places, not in the least bothered about the public display. Most walked around with liquor in their hands, and the rest walked around with bloody hands with blood still dripping. The entire place was way too lively and wild. Damon was already used to this, and Mark didn't particularly care. "There are going to be a lot more demon players when the news about this portal reaches others." "Yep," Damon laughed. This was precisely why everyone loved to join the Dark Faction. No rules, no order, just chaos. But there was also a downside to it. It was extremely easy to die in the Dark Faction, and it took a lot to make actual progress either in levels or in ranks. Damon only barely finished the thought in his mind when a brute shouted at him, "Bloodsucker, come, fight with me!"
Bloodsucker, come, fight with me. The guy was massive, even for a demon, his shoulders like slabs of stone and his fists wrapped in spiked iron bands. The crowd nearby erupted with cheers, a circle forming around Damon and Mark almost instantly. Not so surprisingly, the surrounding demons howled in excitement. Bets were already being shouted, crude coins and trinkets being exchanged. 10 bone chips on the brute. 20 coppers on the bloodsucker. Ha, he'll be meat before the next mug's emptied. The brute stomped the ground, dust flying up around his bare feet. You walk our streets with your crimson eyes looking down on us? Show me if vampire blood is worth anything, or crawl away like the leech you are. Damon only calmly smiled. Remember, when in Rome... He gave a small nod to Mark, who silently stepped back, mingling with the crowd. The brute snarled, slamming his fists together with a sound like stone colliding. Sparks of demonic aura burst around him, wild and unrestrained. The crowd howled their approval, chanting for blood. Damon still only smiled. "I am ready when you are." The brute's aura surged hotter. The crowd roared again, chanting, "Fight! Fight! Fight!" The brute lunged first, his massive fist swinging like a hammer meant to cave in Damon's skull. The ground cracked under the sheer force of the blow, dust exploding outward. The crowd roared, some already jeering, "Bloodsucker's done for!" But Damon wasn't there. He'd slipped a step sideways, almost lazily. His crimson eyes flashed. In the same breath, his hand shot out, fingers curling like a blade. A sharp crack rang as his strike drove into the brute's ribs. One precise hit, perfectly timed. The demon's roar choked into a cough. He staggered, mouth open, but before he could recover, Damon's knee came up, slamming into his jaw with brutal speed. The giant brute toppled backward, crashing into the dirt with a thunderous thud that silenced the entire crowd for a beat. Damon didn't even glance down. He simply dusted his hands. That's all? The crowd erupted in wild howls, half in outrage, half in awe, and already more demons were shoving closer, eager for the next fight. Another demon stepped forward, and this one's aura was a lot stronger. He cracked his neck, baring jagged teeth in a grin. Unlike the first one, his movements weren't wild. Impressive, but now try someone who actually knows how to fight. I have time for one more. Damon looked indifferent. Vampires had always been proud and aloof, and he did not have any problems playing the part. The demon snorted. He stepped forward, stomping the ground, but unlike the first one, his energy didn't burst outward wildly. Instead, it coiled around him tightly, a disciplined killing aura that made the nearby demons shiver. "You're not dealing with a drunken idiot this time, bloodsucker. I've killed vampires before." His grin widened, exposing teeth filed into points. "I'll enjoy adding you to the list." The crowd roared again, the chant resuming, "Fight! Fight! Fight!" But it was as if everyone already knew the result of the fight. "I'm going to taste vampire meat today. Dibs on the fucker's blood. Break his bones," someone bellowed. "Rip his fangs out and wear 'em on a necklace," shouted another. 20 more on the demon. The bloodsucker won't last a breath." The demon grinned and then made the first move. He exploded forward with a speed that didn't match his size. His fists swung like warhammers, every strike heavy enough to shatter stone. The packed dirt floor cracked under the weight of his charge, dust spraying into the air as the crowd roared in approval. "Crush him! Turn that leech into paste!" Damon still remained calm. The opponent was stronger this time, a level 120 demon, and even an elite one at that, exhibiting power beyond his level, but at the end of the day, he was simply not strong enough. Damon tilted his head, letting the first blow rush past his cheek, close enough that he felt the wind. His crimson eyes gleamed, calm, calculating. The brute's second punch came faster, sharper, but Damon twisted his body, stepping inside the strike. His palm met the demon's chest in a sharp, precise jab. The air shuddered with the impact. The demon's grin faltered as the force drove into him. Damon's claws dug into his chest, bypassing the thick hide as if it were paper. The demon's disciplined aura snapped.
The brute staggered, eyes bulging in shock. Blood bubbled at his lips, his teeth still bared in that arrogant grin but trembling now with disbelief. He tried to swing again, his iron-wrapped fist cutting through the air in desperation, but Damon caught it effortlessly with his free hand. His claws tightened around the demon's chest, a low cracking sound echoing across the circle. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Impossible! He broke through his aura! No way! Gringa is level 120! Rip him apart, bloodsucker! Someone else shrieked, switching sides now that the fight's tide was clear. Damon leaned in close, crimson eyes burning. You said you've killed vampires before. Then you should have known never let one touch your heart. With that, his claws pierced deeper, rending through flesh and bone. The demon screamed once, a blood-curdling tearing sound before Damon ripped his hand free. A gush of blood sprayed out as the brute collapsed to his knees, then face first into the dirt, his aura snuffed out in an instant. Blood energy seeped from the corpse, all shooting towards Damon, who calmly smiled. Who's next? The crowd erupted. This bloodsucker is insanely powerful. Shit, is this guy a noble vampire? Bronge, why don't you fight him next? Fuck you, why don't you fight him? Damon was just like that, quickly forgotten, as the demon named Bronge and another demon started brawling with each other.
Damon shrugged and turned to walk away. Mark followed behind him. As the two of them walked through the crowd, everyone quickly moved away, giving them a wide berth. "Good fight, bloodsucker! That was a good fight. Cheers to you!" A few loudly commented, but other than that, no one dared to step near them. Demons who had been jeering and cheering seconds earlier suddenly found the ground very interesting and looked down here and there. A few demon women heard the obvious remark of them being noble vampires and hurriedly threw themselves at the duo. "Handsome! What a drink! How about we head over to the dark alley over there? The girls and I haven't sucked a bloodsucker's cock in a long time. What do you say? Just 1 silver for the night? A noble bloodsucker like you must taste divine. Let us worship you properly." Damon ignored all the offers without even sparing them a glance. Behind them, the women's voices carried through the crowd. "Don't walk away, noble fangs! Come on, just 1 night! You'll never forget it!" But none dared to chase too close. Finally, after a few minutes, Damon and Mark were out of the spotlight as they walked about the streets casually. "Are you sure it was okay to kill that demon?" Mark asked. Damon grinned and turned to walk away. Mark followed behind him. As the two of them walked through the crowd, everyone quickly moved away, giving them a wide berth. Damon grinned and pointed to another corpse that was lying a few feet away from them at the street corner. The blood essence seeping out of the corpse was still fresh, so Damon helped himself to it while he explained. "Like I said, we should be fine in the demon lands as long as we behave just like everyone else. Fighting and killing are commonplace here. If I had let that guy live, that would have brought a lot more attention to us." Mark shook his head with a sigh. "This place it's going to take a while to get used to." Damon grinned again with a wink. "You will get used to it sooner if you just let go and remove that stick up your butt." Mark rolled his eyes. "Get in. Let's have a drink." Damon dragged the guy to another tavern where pretty much similar events were unfolding. Mark did not look pleased at all. "Dude, come on. Is it only merwomen then?" Mark shrugged. "What can I say? I know what I want." Damon gave up on him and waved his hand. Immediately, a busty demon woman appeared and flashed her assets. "Care for a drink?" "Don't mind if I do." This time, Damon did not hold back. He pulled her down onto his lap, tilting her neck. His fangs sank in without hesitation, her soft gasp turning into a moan as crimson stained his lips. Mark simply ordered a blood-based drink and opted out of the live one. A few seconds later, another demon girl waltzed over to serve them 2 big jars full of blood mixed with alcohol.
It looked absolutely disgusting, and Mark had second thoughts about even tasting it. "Go ahead, you will be surprised." Mark grimaced, raising it reluctantly to his lips. His eyes widened, and he had to pause for a second sip just to make sure he hadn't imagined it. "Huh, that's not bad." Damon chuckled, pulling his fangs free from the neck of the woman on his lap. She collapsed against him in a dazed sigh. "Told you, but still, live ones are the best. You can go now." He took his hands off the demon girl, and she quickly stood up and scurried away. Clearly, her earlier dazed look was all an act. "It's just a drink. No need to think too much about it." Damon finished his jar of drink before waving for another demon girl to come over to their table. "We will be here for a while, so feel free to entertain yourself." Damon then watched as Mark ordered more of the drinks and simply looked around while savoring one sip after another. He could only sigh at the guy. He was simply way too uptight. Damon, on the other hand, planned to drink quite a bit tonight. The women were not bad to look at, with plentiful flesh jiggling in all the right places. Their blood tasted heavenly, and, more importantly, he seemed to be gaining stats now without having to drain his victims dry. Of course, there was also the last reason why they were randomly spending time like this. Damon had already put on a good little show in the streets, and it should be more than enough to attract the attention of the people in the dark. The thing is, even though this was a demon city, I had no doubt that there were plenty of vampires all around. In fact, every territory had a vampire network, a mercenary network, a beastkin network. Essentially, everyone had eyes everywhere. Now he just needed to find the right set of eyes. The tavern's rowdy laughter rolled on, mugs clashing, dice rattling, and demon women swaying to drunken tunes. Damon continued drinking his fill calmly. A few hours slipped by, and he actually ended up drinking from about 50 women. At one point, he wondered if he had gone too far, but the women kept on coming as long as he kept the coppers flowing. Damon shrugged and continued drinking his fill. In the end, Mark also gave up and tasted a demon girl, unable to resist the itch in his fangs, especially after seeing Damon having a feast all by himself. Damon gave him a thumbs up and a grin, and pulled the next woman onto his lap. This one was surprisingly a level 60 demoness. "Hey, handsome, there's a secret auction in a couple of days. Are you interested?" she whispered with a coy smile. "A secret auction, huh? Very interested." The demoness shifted on Damon's lap, rubbing his groin, her tail curling lazily as she leaned closer, her warm breath brushing against his ear. "2 nights from now," she whispered again. "The Spire District. Look for the red lanterns. Follow them and you'll find the door."
The Spire District, red lanterns, secret doors. Sounds like quite the party. Damon smiled. A level 60 demoness wasn't some random tavern wench. Her being sent here with this information meant someone behind the scenes was pulling strings. Vampires? Demons? A demon general? The demoness pressed closer, her tail curling tighter around his thigh. "Oh, it's no ordinary party," she murmured, her lips brushing his jaw. "Rare items, rare beasts, and even rare women. If you have the coin, or the power, you'll walk away with something interesting." She bit her lip coyly, then slipped off his lap with deliberate grace without actually intending to give Damon a drink from her. Another woman came over to replace her and sat down instead. Damon's crimson gaze followed the level 60 demoness briefly before turning back to the new girl on his lap. He then casually continued drinking more blood. Another couple of hours passed by, and still there was no contact. Damon frowned. He still hadn't decided yet, but it looked like he would have to check out that auction anyway. The two of them finally left the tavern and headed straight for their inn. When they were halfway through the twisting alleys, Damon's senses pricked. Someone was following them. Mark subtly exchanged a glance with him, he too sensing the new company. Damon paused for a moment and then grinned. Vampires. Well now, looks like the night just got interesting. He waited for his fellow bloodsuckers to come forward and reveal themselves, but as soon as he stopped, everyone scattered away. Huh, what are they waiting for? Did I not do everything correctly? Damon was puzzled.
He had acted proud and domineering. He put down a couple of demons, even killing one in the middle of the street. He fang-fucked a bunch of demon women and spent his money freely. Technically, this should be enough to get the attention of the vampires here, but it was still not working. What the hell were they waiting for? Damon and Mark continued to walk towards the inn, the rest of the path uneventful. They both retreated to their rooms, and it was game reset time shortly after that. Mark and Kate logged out, but Damon was still there, along with Elora, Riven, and Calethorn. Damon first planned to head out again immediately, but then decided to take a few hours off to look at all his recent acquisitions. After fighting with the murder of crows and then the demon tide, he had gained a whole boatload of stats. He wanted to see his current progress. He pulled up his status screen. Blood God. Class: Primordial Awakening, class path unavailable. Species: Bloodborne. Race: Blood Acolyte. Variant: Bloodline: Fragmented Ancestral Bloodline. Status effect: Bloodline instability, 156 days. Soul weapon: Blood Rain. Locked. Mana core: Primordial Mana Core, Blood-Forged Mana Core, Mana-Forged Mana Core. Body: Blood-Forged Body, Mana-Forged Body, Poison-Forged Body. Titles: Rabbit Killer, Banana Reaper, First Awakener, Brahmin Slayer, Solo Reaper, Founding Pillar of Blood, Bound by Fire and Blood, Slaughter Master, Purification Raid Winner, Divine Slayer, Holy Slayer, Heavy Drinker, Vampiric Lord, Noble, Lord of the Blood Castle, Primordial Mana Core, Bloodlands Pioneer. Level: 121. Faction: Dark. Health: 131,000. Mana: 1,033,000. Vitality: 1,250. Stamina: 1,610. Strength: 1,520. Intelligence: 1,350. Agility: 1,850. Luck: 29. Damon took a look at his stats and clicked his tongue. All the attributes have gone up by a couple hundred at least. However, he was nowhere close to reaching the cap of anything. There was a huge leap in power from D grade to C grade, and he still had plenty of tank to fill up. The only problem right now was his stagnant progress. He was unable to further evolve his race, and he was also stuck with respect to his mana core. Forming a pseudo-mana core was merely the first step. He now needed to unlock the true meridians in his body and forge them. This was a crucial step because his entire future would depend on the number of true meridians he unlocked. His true core would only be as strong as his true meridians. Also, any time now, his levels were going to stop increasing, and so would his stat gains. Right now, he might be a lead in many things, but that would all go away if he did not solve his problem soon. Damon then opened up his skills. He didn't bother looking at the other skills and only observed his newly acquired demonic skills. Demonic Fire, Demonic Frenzy, Demonic Endurance, Demonic Surge, and the list continued. Even though the skills weren't anything noteworthy, they were still significant when piled up together since their synergy was off the charts. He had also gained a lot of wind affinity skills from the crows, which gave him some more freedom and boost in his attack power. Right off the top of his head, he could think of many new skills he could use, some of them having the potential to become quite powerful. I need a place to practice. There should be plenty when we reach the vampire base. Damon rubbed his chin as his gaze went outside the window. It was time to take another trip outside. I needed to get to the vampire base as soon as possible, and for that I needed to sniff out the vampires in this city first. He stood up and walked out of the inn. He once again started wandering the streets. This time he headed over to the market area to check out the goods and see if he could get any clues. Damon still had no idea why the damned bastards were being so secretive. By now they should have contacted him. Unless, was there something else going on here? Damon calmly observed his surroundings as he strolled through the streets. There were a lot more demon girls around, and at the same time a lot more street brawls starting up here and there. The entire place was completely rowdy. If someone did not know the ways of this world, they probably would not survive a night walk on the streets. Damon, however, did just fine. The only problem was, there were still no signs of even a single vampire. Damon arrived at the market and looked through various stalls. He tried to remain indifferent, but even his heartbeat spiked when his eyes landed on piles of herbs and ores, materials that would sell for fortunes in human lands, being pushed around here like common junk. Spirit iron chunks, dusk root blossoms, and even faintly glowing rainstones lay scattered across crooked tables, sold for copper coins. He forced himself to stay calm, masking the gleam in his crimson eyes. If he swept everything into his pouch at once, it would raise too many eyebrows. Instead, he bought carefully, 1 or 2 items at a time, pretending to haggle half-heartedly like any other passerby. A bundle of herbs here, a pouch of raw ore there. He only bought a few things. He even rejected some offers to make it look like he wasn't interested. The merchants didn't care. They took his coins and barked for the next customer. But Damon could feel it, the eyes on him. Many people were observing him, mostly demons, some beastkin, and still no vampires. Damon clicked his tongue and continued walking. He hit up another tavern and enjoyed a few dozen demon girls. He then once again wandered, exploring all nooks and corners of the city. He even ended up visiting a brothel, though he only ended up drinking blood again. He tried to collect some information from the demon girl who served him, but it was of no use. It was just a dead end. It was almost as if all of the vampires from the city had suddenly disappeared. Everything looked a little too fishy. Damon quietly continued his stroll until he came to the center of the city, a place, no surprise, dedicated to more brawls and street fights. Damon silently leaned against an inconspicuous wall and closed his eyes. He then activated his primordial senses. It was not like a switch that he could flip on and off, but it needed a great deal of effort from him to completely activate the senses, to get at their full benefit. Damon was definitely not doing his very best, but he was surely getting better every time he practiced the skill. He slowed his breathing, pushing his awareness outward like an invisible tide. Immediately, the city blurred. The jeers of demons, the clash of fists, the clatter of coins, they dulled into a distant hum. His awareness swept over them as he got a vague idea, a blueprint of everything going on in the city. However, letting his senses go wild in the city was completely different from letting his senses run free in the wilderness. Here, there were more powerful entities living, beings who would become instantly aware of the fact that he was spying on them. Damon was not naive enough to foolishly use his primordial senses to such an extent. He kept it limited, just to a few streets in and around the common city area where only the general population mostly roamed about, creating ruckus here and there. He had a feeling that he was missing something, and bingo, it turned out that he was correct. In just a few seconds, he could immediately lock onto a few bloody auras. Vampires. He had no doubt about it. He sharpened his focus, narrowing his senses further, careful not to stretch too far and alert one of the bigger presences lurking in the city. He focused only on the building that was on the far end of the plaza, the spot where he had sensed the vampires momentarily. His awareness brushed over it lightly. Unlike the rowdy demon taverns or the smoke-filled gambling dens, this building was quiet. From the outside, it seemed like just another abandoned building, but Damon could clearly feel the blood essence leaking every now and then. His lips curved into a grin. Finally, the missing friends he had been searching for. He didn't probe further, not yet. Even at this limited range, he knew if he pushed harder, they'd sense him instantly and scatter like shadows. Instead, he slowly pulled back, letting his senses fold in until he was once again just another face leaning against a wall in the chaos of the city. Damon opened his eyes, crimson glinting in the torchlight of the plaza. "Found you," he murmured under his breath, already turning over how best to approach. Should he march straight to the door and announce himself like a noble vampire demanding audience? Or should he wait and watch what they were up to? Damon silently pondered as he walked over to a nearby tavern and sat down. He continued acting normal and feasting on more demon women while calmly observing everything that was going on within the building. Vampires kept going in and out, but all of them clearly used various stealth mechanisms to remain under the radar. That was especially a difficult task to accomplish, considering that they were smack dab in the middle of the city. They surely had the help of someone powerful, someone who could provide such skills or artifacts to help them remain invisible. This wasn't a ragtag coven scraping by. They were organized. He leaned back, letting the girl on his lap giggle and whisper sweet nothings in his ear, but his mind ticked sharply. Something was going down. Could it perhaps have something to do with the auction? Damon stood up and left the tavern after some time. He didn't want them to know he had sensed them just yet. There was a reason they were not including him in whatever was going down, and he wanted to know all the details. He returned to the inn, still keeping an eye on the building every other minute. When he was not observing them, he practiced using demonic fire and tinkering with his newly acquired demonic skills. The entire night went by just like that, when the game time once again restarted, and Mark and Kate returned.
Damon didn't waste time. Once everyone had gathered back at the inn, he laid out the situation in crisp detail. There was no need for the others to hover around the city streets where he already had his senses locked on. "Keep your eyes sharp, but don't linger here. We need resources, so you guys can head over to the nearby villages, towns, and even roadside stalls. Buy whatever you can and strip them clean of anything useful. Herbs, ores, rare beast parts, talismans, tools, weapons. Buy anything of value." While Damon was still not sure of the whole guild creation, he knew that operating one required a shit ton of resources. Mountains of resources. Not a handful, not a pile. Mountains. One needed money to make more money. That's just how things worked. Damon in general did not have a good opinion about guilds. In his last life, when he was fucked over, his so-called friends, his guild mates, did shit all to help him. Most of them simply laughed behind his back at his predicament, and many even laughed right in front of his face. When the times were good, they called you brother. When the times were bad, they stepped over your corpse to get ahead. Guilds weren't families, and they were sure as hell not bonds forged in blood or trust. They were businesses, and the second you couldn't pay your dues in strength, coin, or usefulness, you were cast aside. Damon had learned that lesson the hard way. That bitter taste still lingered, even now. This time, if he built something, it wouldn't be a guild in the traditional sense. It would be his fortress, his network, his people, not a collection of leeches who could betray him when convenient. After Damon dispersed everyone, he once again continued his training, all the while keeping an eye on the building. The next couple of days went by in the blink of an eye. Soon it was time for the auction. Damon was pretty sure that this was when something big was going to go down. He sensed increased movements from the building. Finally, the vampires were making their move just like he expected. After a while, Damon's eyes widened in surprise. Even he did not expect this. About 50 or so C-rank vampires silently slipped out of the building without attracting much attention. They seemed to be wearing some sort of charm that hid their levels and their presence. He was only able to sense them for a fraction of a second before their auras and presence completely disappeared.
They walked out of the building like ordinary bloodlings. For the average demon or beastkin watching, they looked like nothing more than weak, fresh bloodlings heading out for a night's prowl. This meant only one thing. Someone high up in the vampire hierarchy was pulling these strings. Damon's grin widened. A secret auction already promised rare items and rare beasts, but if the vampires were moving in such numbers, then something truly priceless was about to change hands. It looked like he had arrived in the city at a good time. Damon stood up, and he too walked out of the inn, heading in the same direction. Everyone was headed to the Spire district. Soon one of the vampires tore off the group and headed in a different direction. Damon decided that this was a perfect opportunity to find out what the hell was going on. He slipped into stealth, immediately tailing the one who broke away. He did not have to follow the vampire for long. The guy went to a secluded alleyway, and Damon quickly caught up. He shadow-stepped and appeared right behind the guy, slammed the guy on the alley wall, and opened his mouth when, unexpectedly, a powerful force assaulted him. In a split second, the tables were flipped and a pair of strong hands held Damon down on the wall. "Where are your manners, acolyte? Did they not teach you how to greet your elders?" A woman, and for the first time since entering the Bloodlands, he actually felt outmatched in raw strength. Whoever the vampire was, she was extremely powerful. Perhaps peak C rank or even brushing the threshold of B rank. Damon's crimson eyes narrowed. "Elders don't usually skulk around in back alleys," he said coolly. The woman smirked. She leaned closer, her breath cool against his ear. "Sharp tongue, careful you don't bite it off." She let her aura press heavier, enough that even Damon's enhanced body creaked under the invisible weight. Then, just as suddenly, she released him. Damon staggered forward half a step before steadying, refusing to give her the satisfaction of seeing him falter. Her crimson gaze lingered on him, studying, appraising. "You're not just some stray bloodling. You hide it well, but your essence is far too rich. Who are you really, and why are you sniffing around my people?" Damon couldn't really see the woman's face. She had some sort of illusion spell activated. In fact, he couldn't see anything about her, and yet her eyes seemed to see right through him. A noble. A Bloodhall lord. Where the hell is Nerea? The woman paused briefly before she spoke again. "You are not from here, are you?" Fuck. The damned woman had come to the right conclusion in under a second. For a second, Damon was anxious if she could see through more of him, but it looked like this was her limit. "I don't know who you are, or where you were from, but it would be best if you do not interfere with our matters tonight. We have no enmity with each other, and for your sake, I hope it stays that way." Damon smiled. "Sure, I was never really planning on interfering anyway. All I'm looking for is a portal to the Crimson Mountains. Like you said, I am not from here and would love to meet and greet my fellow bloodsuckers properly." The woman remained silent for a long moment before she turned and started walking away. "Stick around. Maybe after everything is over, I can bring it along with me." Her form blurred at the edges, swallowed by shadow. A heartbeat later, she was gone. Damon exhaled slowly. He leaned against the wall, crimson eyes narrowing at the empty alley where she had vanished. After everything is over, huh? Sounds like this option really is going to be fun. He waited for a couple of minutes. Then, with a casual roll of his shoulders, he stepped out of the alley, once again heading in the same direction. The woman had only asked him not to interfere in their affairs. She did not say anything about attending the auction itself. He followed the red lanterns in stealth and arrived at the location in no time. 1 gold coin to enter. The demon brute at the entrance blocked his path. The guy was massive, horns curling like jagged blades, his bulk nearly filling the narrow entryway. His hand was outstretched, palm open, waiting for the coin. The lantern glow painted his skin in flickering red, his fangs bared in a half-snarl, half-smile. Damon paid the gold coin. The guard stepped aside, the heavy door behind him creaking open with a low groan. Damon was shocked right away. The inside of the building was nothing like what he thought it would be. Instead of a small, cramped room, there was a big hall in front of him. The walls were lined with shiny obsidian pillars that had glowing runes on them. There were a lot of races around him. Everyone was going to the big auditorium that was at the end of the hall. Rows upon rows of seats stretched toward a central stage where attendants in black robes prepared cages, shrouded crates, and relics covered in runic cloth. At the far end, there was an elevated dais where an auctioneer was yet to come. The whole setup pretty much resembled a system-sanctioned auction house, except that the scale of this was slightly smaller. Also, there was no separate VIP section or different private booths. There was only the common seating area. The different races seemed to have segregated and staked out their own corners. The demons occupied the right side, the beastkin were sitting on the left, and the other races were grouped here and there. Even though the entire place was way too crowded for this to be called a secret auction, there seemed to be only selective individuals present at the auction. It was definitely not the same rowdy crowd on the street. Damon only took a moment to observe everything and then silently walked over to the group of vampires sitting in the crowd. A few heads turned his way, but no one said anything. Only one particularly hostile pair of eyes followed him. "I thought I specifically asked you not to interfere," an angry voice sounded in his ear. Damon shrugged. "Relax," he murmured, his lips barely moving. "I'm here to watch, just like everyone else." For a moment there was silence, but the hostile gaze never left him. He could feel her trying to pierce through him, as if weighing whether to strike him down here and now or let him be. Finally, the voice whispered again, colder this time. "Then sit, acolyte, and remember your place. If you step out of line, not even your precious noble blood will save you." Damon did not say anything. He simply leaned back and looked around. More and more demons and beastkin continued to enter the auditorium. Shockingly, almost everyone who had arrived here was either a peak D rank or a C rank, more powerful than the crowd he had expected. After a while, the hall's torches flared to life with green fire. The attendants in black robes stepped back, and a new figure walked onto the dais. The auctioneer had arrived. The hum of whispers died instantly as the auctioneer stepped onto the stage. He was a gaunt demon with skin like pale ash, his eyes glowing like embers beneath a hooded robe. With a single sweep of his clawed hand, silence blanketed the hall. "Honored guests," his voice rang out, amplified by enchantments carved into the walls. "Welcome to the auction. Tonight you are not merely buyers, you are predators, hunting rare prey. And prey there will be." A ripple of excitement surged through the audience. Even the vampires leaned forward slightly, their crimson gazes sharpening. The attendants dragged the first item forward, a massive cage veiled in black cloth. The metal rattled as something inside snarled. The air thickened with killing intent, forcing a few weaker beastkin in the crowd to flinch. With a flourish, the cloth was yanked away. Inside was a creature Damon instantly recognized, a hellhound, its hide charred black, veins glowing with molten fire, eyes like pits of magma, except this one was special. Chains of rune-inscribed silver bound its limbs, sizzling each time the beast strained. "A juvenile ember-fang hellhound," the auctioneer announced, his lips curling into a sharp smile. "Born of the infernal pits. Rare, untamable, and worth more than gold. A beast that can rip apart squads of demons once it matures. We will start the bidding at 10 gold coins." The hall erupted at once, bids flying. 15, a beastkin chieftain barked. 20, a demon noble countered. 30, another shouted. The number shot up fast, reaching 100 in the blink of an eye, but that seemed to be the limit. The beast was sold off for 100 gold coins to a beastkin. The beastkin stomped forward, tossing a heavy pouch onto the attendant's tray. The auctioneer's grin widened as the hellhound's cage was dragged off stage, the beast thrashing and spitting molten drool all the way down. The beastkin's eyes gleamed with savage pride, his underlings cheering behind him. "Sold for 100 gold coins," the auctioneer declared, his voice booming, silencing the hall once more. "Now then, our next item."
One by one, many items were brought to the stage, each one of them quite rare and useful. They would give a significant boost in power for anyone who purchased, but at most, they went for a couple of thousand gold coins. A vial of crystallized beast marrow, glowing faintly like liquid lightning, fetched 1,000 gold. A chained thunderhawk chick, its wings clipped, sparks still jumping from its feathers, was sold off for 3,000. Even obscure curiosities, like a mask said to let the wearer hear whispers of the dead, found eager buyers. Damon stayed quiet, his crimson gaze cold, simply watching as the parade of treasures rolled by. Most weren't worth putting a spotlight on himself just yet. He wanted to see what the vampires were after. Then came something interesting. A young girl in a cage. She sat curled against the bars, her emerald eye blank and distant. "Look at the pointy ears and the pale skin. That's a little elf chick caught by our skilled hunters. Now, who wants to taste elven flesh? Or perhaps have a little fun on the side from time to time? Elven women are strong and can take whatever you throw at them. And if you let this young chick grow, she might even blossom into a stunning beauty." The auctioneer sold the product quite well. However, despite that, there was only limited interest. 10! Someone shouted a lazy bid. 20, and not a single coin more for the flat-chested bitch. Another one gruffly grunted. In the end, the rate only went up to 50, and no one was willing to pay even a coin more. The auctioneer was about to finalize the transaction when suddenly Bloodrain's voice weakly sounded. "Master, get her!" Damon did not understand why Bloodrain would be interested in someone like her, but his hand instantly shot up. 60 gold coins! It's been a while since I tasted elven blood. He laughed casually. 60? Ah, now that's more like it. Do I hear 65, 70? Silence. A few demons sneered, muttering under their breath. Crazy bloodsucker wasting gold on a twig. 60 for a brat? He must be starving for elf meat. No one raised the bid higher, not even a single coin. The elf girl's cage rattled faintly as she shifted, her emerald eyes flicking up just for a moment to meet Damon's crimson ones before she once again went back to her indifferent state. "Sold! 60 gold to the vampire," the auctioneer announced, and the cage was wheeled to the side, where attendants unhooked her and prepared for the transfer. Damon immediately received a new system notification. Ding! A new contract is available. Damon looked at the contents, and it was pretty much the description of a typical slave contract. The girl had to obey his every single command, and if she did not, he had the power to end her life with a mere thought. Runes would be branded on her body using the enslave skill, which would be activated if she disobeyed him, and the girl would be subjected to extreme pain and torture. The cage was brought to him when everything was completed and left by Damon's side. Damon accepted the contract, and the girl and the auctioneer moved on to the next item. No one really bothered to spare him another look. Only the mysterious vampiresis who had cornered him earlier shot him a glare before she turned her head back to the main stage. The auction continued without pause, the auctioneer clapping his hands and announcing one treasure after another. Damon frowned.
He was genuinely confused. Right from the beginning, there was nothing special about this auction. Nothing really stood out. Even as the whole auction looked to be completed, there was nothing at all worth fighting for. Soon, the last item of the auction was announced. Damon half expected some sort of legendary item to pop out, but everything became anticlimactic when the attendants dragged a woman to the stage. Surprisingly, she was a human woman. She was wearing a white tunic, and Damon could sense the weak divine essence drifting from her tired body. Last but not least, the item everyone has been waiting for, the auctioneer announced with full gusto. The demons in the audience hissed and jeered at the bloodlust, rising at the scent of divinity. The beastkin growled with excitement. "Behold," the auctioneer cried, spreading his arms wide as though he had captured the very sun itself. A true rarity in these lands, a priestess of the radiant church, blessed by her God, now fallen into our grasp. Now who wants to play with a good little priestess, a pure virgin goddess? Imagine what her blood could do for your cultivation. Imagine what her prayers could be twisted into under your command. The crowd burst into chaos. Demons roared with glee, beastkin snapped their fangs, and even a few of the darker-robed races hissed at the sight of her. The weak divine aura spilling off the woman was like perfume in the auction hall. Half the bidders looked drunk on the scent alone. The auctioneer milked the moment, striding in a slow circle around the trembling priestess. Her wrists were shackled with glowing iron, and her lips moved soundlessly as if in prayer. The auctioneer sneered and yanked her head up by the hair so everyone could see her face. "A pure priestess of the radiant church. Do you know how rare a catch is in our lands? Do you know what her blood and her blessings are worth? So tell me, how much will you pay for her?" He spread his arms dramatically. "We will start the bidding at 1,000 gold coins." Everyone instantly started bidding in a frenzy, the price exploding within seconds and reaching a whole 5,000 gold coins. Was this the moment he had been waiting for? Damon immediately became alert and waited for something to happen, anything to happen. His gaze swept across the vampires, who still remained silent. Damon frowned. What the hell were these people even here for? All of a sudden, a loud uproar sounded in the entrance, snapping him out of his thoughts. Damon turned toward the source of the casus. It was a single demon. The newcomer was lean, with dark skin. Strange runes were etched across his arms and neck, tattooed in jagged, almost crude patterns. His aura was faint, only that of a D rank. By all appearances, he should have been no one special, a pawn at best, a disposable lackey at worst. And yet, the moment he walked in, the entire hall reacted. "All hail the young master! All hail the demon lord successor! Kneel, kneel for the successor!" Every demon and beastkin in the room rose to their feet in respect, their jeers and murmurs silenced. Even the rowdiest bidders lowered their gazes. Some of them, without hesitation, pushed forward the slaves or items they had just purchased, offering them up like tributes. The hall practically shook with the chants. Damon finally understood everything. The missing piece of the puzzle had arrived, and everything clicked into place. This was why the vampires had been lying low and keeping their heads down. This was why they had been waiting patiently all this while. They weren't waiting for any treasures, they were waiting for him. If what everyone was shouting was indeed correct, then this man should be a demon lord successor, a being in line to receive and ascend with astronomical power. This guy was essentially equivalent to a crown prince of a human empire. It was no wonder that the vampires were plotting against him. A demon lord successor appearing openly in public like this was a huge opportunity, something that should never happen, and yet this guy was here. Just as the thought crossed his mind, the vampires who had been sitting idly until now suddenly made their move. Half a dozen blood auras flared to life. Before anyone could react, a massive blood circle with numerous blood sigils came to life under everyone. It was clearly a domain skill, but the skill was huge enough to encompass the whole auditorium. Damon only needed a glance to confirm that the mysterious woman was the caster. Her aura was the most powerful among all the attackers. The entire floor lit up crimson, runes writhing like serpents across the obsidian tiles. They bled light and power, coiling upward into shackles of blood that tried to unbind the entire hall. Whips and hands of blood rose and clawed anyone that was within this circle. Screams echoed as weaker demons collapsed instantly. Even the beastkin roared in panic, claws raking the ground, unable to bear the pressure of the domain. Only the stronger ones silently erected defense mechanisms and were able to react in time. But even they found it difficult to escape the area marked by blood. The entire hall erupted into chaos, and in the midst of this chaos, the vampires started attacking and going all out.
The sigils on the floor blazed brighter, blood runes crawling up the obsidian pillars like veins of fire. Whips, claws, and tendrils of blood lashed out indiscriminately, ripping through weaker demons and beastkin as if they were cattle being culled. Every scream echoed in triplicate within the domain, the sound amplified until it became a cacophony of despair. The mysterious vampiress stood in the center of the circle, her eyes glowing like pools of scarlet flame, her cloak spread wide as though she were the domain itself. The pressure radiating from her was suffocating, bending weaker spines and driving even some C-rank warriors to their knees. Around her, the other vampires revealed their true strength. One conjured spears of blood that hovered in a deadly halo before firing off like crimson comets. Another summoned numerous blood orbs that shot in different directions, creating chains of explosions. A third tore open their palm, smearing their blood into the runes, and in response, the domain's whips grew sharper, more vicious. The entire place descended into complete and utter madness. Demons bellowed as they struggled against the bindings, beastkin slashed wildly, and the priestess on stage trembled violently, her divine aura fluttering like a dying flame. However, amid it all, the lean, rune-marked successor remained unmoved, his dark eyes fixed on the vampires, as though this chaos wasn't even worth his notice. Impudent leeches. Just because we allowed you to step foot in our land doesn't mean you can forget your place. His dark skin shimmered as the crude tattoos across his body ignited one by one, each rune burning like molten metal. The blood whips lashed at him, shrieking like living serpents, but they never touched his flesh. Every tendril of blood that came within a few feet of him dissolved into ash, burned away by an invisible force. The runes glowed hotter, and then, with a single step forward, the successor shattered the floor beneath him. The entire blood domain quivered. The crimson glow flickered as if terrified, and several of the blood constructs, chains, claws, whips, snapped apart like glass struck by a hammer, exhausted red wisps raining everywhere. The demon's cold gaze locked onto the vampiress at the center of the circle, her eyes glowing like pools of scarlet flame. "You dare bare your fangs at me?" He extended a hand lazily toward her, and the tattoos along his arm crawled and twisted, rearranging themselves into a glowing sigil that pulsed with authority. The vampiress trembled immediately, her scarlet eyes widening as she realized what it was. A lord's mark, a fragment of the Lord Demon's own authority, branded upon his heir. Impossible! How could this demon already possess something like this? This development was not within their calculations. The sight of the Lord's mark glowing on the demon's arm was something no one had expected. Her blood domain strained violently against it, the runes hissing and writhing as though they'd been branded with fire. The whips faltered, claws shattered mid-swing, and half the bindings on the weaker demons evaporated in a burst of steam. "Impossible!" she hissed, her voice reverberating across the collapsing circle. "The mark should only awaken after the ritual, after the coronation." The successor's lips curved into a faintest smirk, though his gaze remained cold.
Rituals are for those who need permission. I was chosen. The Lord's mark pulsed again. This time the entire domain convulsed. Infernal flames erupted everywhere. Blood orbs detonated in midair, showering crimson mist. The vampire conjurer who had unleashed them screamed as his own body burst apart, veins rupturing one by one. The spears of blood hanging in the air shattered into shards and rained down harmlessly. The vampiress staggered, blood flowing freely from her mouth. Her eyes still flashed dangerously. Clearly she was not ready to give up just yet, even though this was not the fight she had signed up for. A blood sword appeared in her hands as she dashed towards the demon. She moved like a streak of scarlet lightning, her blood sword howling as it carved through the air. The sword extended unnaturally, its powerful aura stretching 10 meters forward, enough to bisect a squad of demons in a single blow. The successor didn't even flinch. A shock wave rippled out from him, and the infernal flames reaving his body coalesced into a jagged weapon of his own, a black glaive, its edge dripping with fire that wasn't flame but raw authority. Blood and fire collided. The black glaive and the blood-forged sword met with a thunderclap that sent shockwaves tearing through the auditorium. Walls cracked and obsidian pillars splintered. The entire place was about to collapse. The force of the clash drove weaker onlookers to their knees, blood spraying from their ears under the weight of the two powers colliding. The vampiress roared, her aura erupting, fueling her weapon with the essence of blood. Her blade shrieked, stretching further, veins of crimson pulsing along its edge. She pushed with everything she had, desperate to cut through. But the glaive, wreathed in infernal authority, didn't yield. The successor's mark blazed brighter, and with it came an oppressive heat that wasn't flame, but sheer will. Each rune on his skin bled power into the weapon, making it feel as though the Lord Demon himself stood behind the strike. Bit by bit, the vampiress's sword cracked. Crimson fissures spiderwebbed along its length as the glaive bore down. At last, with a final grinding sound, the blood sword split apart in her hands, bursting into shards that dissolved into a fine red mist. The recoil hurled her backward, crashing her against the ruined pillars with a deafening crack. Blood poured from her lips, but her eyes still burned with defiance, even as her body trembled from the backlash. "Did you think the blood of vermin could rival the will of a king?" The demon sneered as he walked towards her weakened body. Another infernal glaive appeared in his hand, and with a look of utter contempt, he raised his hand wanting to bring it down on the woman and end her life once and for all. However, the raised hand surprisingly could not be brought down. Shit has finally hit the fan. Damon calmly observed everything from the shadows. The moment he saw the demon strutting in like he owned the place and casually withstanding the blood domain, he knew it was time to bolt. The vampiress was clearly no match for the guy. Damon was fully prepared to run. He had no plans to interfere in this big mess. Even the vampiress had specifically asked him not to interfere with her plans, so why should he butt in? He hadn't died yet in this game, and he did not plan to start doing it anytime soon. However, he still couldn't bring himself to run. This was because the situation unfolding in front of him was a golden opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime chance to grab a strong foothold in the Crimson Mountains, the land of the vampires, before he even set foot in there. His instincts screamed at him to vanish into the shadows, to escape the tightening net before either the vampiress or the demon heir noticed his presence. If he slipped away now, he would be safe, but he'd also lose this golden opportunity. Damon looked at the other vampires. Half of them were already dead. Meh. He did not care about these side characters. The woman was the only one who mattered. All he needed to do was make sure that he somehow escaped this place along with her, and everything would work itself out. But he was up against a fucking Demon Lord candidate.
How on earth was he supposed to get her and escape when facing a monster like that? Damon was well aware of the whole demon lord and his successor concept, and he had a good idea just how powerful the guy standing in front of him was. If he did not leave soon, even his escape wouldn't be a sure thing. But was there absolutely nothing he could do? His bloodline, his primordial mana core, his poison body, wasn't there anything he could use against him? Damon racked his brain. Then he finally remembered something he could indeed use. A grin appeared on his face as he made the decision once and for all. Yep, he was going to do this crazy thing. Damon used Blink and Shadow Step and was about to get out of the auditorium to start up another whole round of chaos when he noticed that the vampiress was about to bite the dust. Fuck, Damon cursed. If the woman had held on for even another few seconds, then his life would have been a lot easier. But now he had to do all the dirty work by himself and even put his life on the line. This woman had better be worth it. Instead of heading out, Damon summoned his shadow clone to do the job on his behalf, while he once again blinked back into the eye of the storm to face a monster who was undoubtedly on the path to becoming a god in the future. One moment he was a nobody that no one had even placed in their eyes, and the next moment he was standing right in front of the Demon Lord's successor, directly between his glaive and the vampiress. The sheer weight of the heir's authority pressed down on him, and his instincts screamed at him to run, but Damon stood his ground. The next second, without hesitation, he used his moment of surprise to unleash his personal domain, the poison domain. Damon's domain flared to life, his veins ignited with toxic mana as a miasma of purple and black mist spilled outward in a wave. He unleashed the full power of his poison body without holding back. He would be crazy to hold back anything at all against a monster like this. The floor corroded where his aura touched it, cracks hissing with green smoke. Damon's venomous will ate into everything. While the blood domain was showy and powerful and did a lot of things like pop out whips and claws, Damon's domain was silent and deadly. It did nothing at all, and yet everyone standing within suddenly felt choked. The surviving vampires and demons choked, coughing blood as the miasma slithered into their lungs. The weaker ones collapsed outright, foaming at the mouth. The successor's infernal glaive halted inches from Damon's chest, wreathed in fire and authority. For the first time since entering, the heir's eyes narrowed. A domain from a D-rank blood acolyte? Who are you? Damon did not wait around to have a friendly chat with the Demon Lord's successor. He hurriedly pulled the vampiress and dashed out of there, using the fraction of a second he had. The vampiress, battered and bloodied, stared at Damon through the haze with wide eyes. "Stop staring and start running," Damon growled, as he unceremoniously dropped her on her ass and blinked the hell out of there. The vampiress did not have to be told twice. She too used her own methods to teleport, and she was obviously faster. The Demon Lord's successor sneered as he watched them both disappear. "You think you can outrun me?" His voice resounded all over the city. The streets outside the auction hall shook as the successor's voice rolled like thunder, rattling windows and sending beastkin and demons alike to scramble to kneel. His words weren't just sound, they carried authority, pressing down like the weight of a collapsing mountain. Damon felt the pressure on his entire being. It was the same feeling he had gotten when facing the demon god's avatar back in the real world. Shadow Step carried him through one alley, then another, his mana pool draining bit by bit. This was not a run he was going to win, and he already knew it. "We can't run from him. There is nowhere to go," the vampiress spat out the same words. But Damon firmly shook his head. "No, we can outrun him. In a second, he is going to be busy with something before he could finish his words. A pillar of black fire erupted, and the Demon Lord was standing right in front of him once again. Damon barely managed to erect a blood barrier before the glaive slammed into him, but it was nowhere near enough to face the powerful attack. The impact rattled his bones, tearing through flesh. He was hurled across the street, crashing into the wall of a merchant's hall. Buildings split, dust raining down as he staggered upright. His arm dangled uselessly at his side, purple-black venom dripping from the shredded stump. Before he could react, the demon was already there, moving like a thunderclap. The glaive pierced through Damon's shoulder, pinning him to the wall. The heir leaned close, his eyes glowing with baleful fire. With a single yank, he cleanly severed Damon's arm. The demon then licked the blood that still clung to the torn muscles and veins, savoring it like fine wine. "You are a poison master, bloodsucker?" He licked the arm again. "Indeed, extremely talented. Your venom gnaws at me, slows me. It has been many centuries since a fledgling made me feel irritation." He smiled cruelly, fangs glinting in the shadow of the firelight. "I need to study you, piece by piece." On the side, the vampiress growled and came at the demon with her blood sword. But the heir didn't even turn his head. With a lazy swipe of his glaive, almost contemptuously, he met her strike and shattered it. The backlash hurled her away like a broken doll, slamming her through another building. An explosion resounded. Her body lay sprawled in the wreckage, unmoving. Damon's vision blurred. Everything was happening too fast. The demon was at a level he couldn't even come near. The suppression on him was simply too big for him to be fighting at his full capability. But fuck him! He was not going to simply be a punching bag. He could feel his blood boiling and his mana core thrumming. His entire body was ready to erupt in retaliation. Damon knew he only had one chance. He couldn't waste it. The next moment, wind picked up and a golden light shimmered in front of Damon. He immediately activated 3 skills consecutively: Radiant Wellspring, Bastion of the Condemned, Divine Blade Storm. The last skill was something Damon was only recently trying to put together, but it did not matter. Right now, this was the biggest chance he had. The demon probably thought he had nothing else except for poison, and he had momentarily given him a fraction of a second. This would probably his one and only opportunity to survive. He needed to surprise the demon with divine power, something the demon should be weak against. The heir howled. The next second, a divine brilliance emerged right next to Damon. Motes of divine mana surged towards him, rapidly healing him. The demon's eyes widened in shock, but Damon wasn't done just yet. Countless swords emitting divine radiance appeared all around them. They circled, creating a hurricane of divine brilliance, all the swords coming for the demon lord's heir at the same time. The divine blade storm descended. Blades rained down like a divine punishment, carving the street to dust, splitting rooftops and hurling debris into the night sky. The sound was deafening, 1,000 swords screaming as they bit into the demon heir from every angle. The heir's expression finally shifted. His eyes widened in shock, infernal fire flaring as the glaive spun to life in his grip. Infernal flames completely enveloped him, the black fire rising like a pillar that clawed at the heavens. The divine swords screamed as they descended, but the flames devoured them one after another, reducing radiant blades to nothing but ash. Damon roared, pouring everything into keeping the divine blade storm alive. With the bastion forming a powerful shield around him, he activated Divine Punishment and dashed towards the demon with a divine essence hammer that materialized in his hand. The heir laughed amidst the destruction, his voice carrying over the chaos. "Magnificent! A fledgling wielding divine power tainted by poison. You are no ordinary bloodsucker. You are an abomination worth keeping." Damon's hammer drove forward, fueled by every last drop of his willpower. his bloodline boiling, his monocore screaming. For the briefest moment, the hammer pressed through the infernal fire, crushing against the heir's blade with enough force to stagger the demon back half a step. Half a step, yet enough to draw blood. A line of black blood welled across the heir's cheek where stray divine energy had kissed him. The heir's laughter rolled like thunder, louder, more manic, and more delighted than ever before. He caught Damon's hammer with one hand, halting its descent, the glaive braced casually in the other. The infernal flames around him surged, consuming the last remnants of the divine storm. Yes, this is it! Show me more! Show me how far an abomination can go! Then with a single twist, the heir wrenched the hammer aside and drove his knee into Damon's gut. The impact nearly folded him in half, shattering ribs and forcing blood and venom from his mouth in a violent spray. The bastion cracked, the hammer dissolved, fading like mist. Damon staggered back, his vision swimming. His body could barely hold together. His health was 90% gone in a single exchange. The radiant wellspring continued to work on overdrive, but it wasn't enough. The infernal flames, unlike ordinary flames, continued to burn his health away. The heir stepped closer, the glaive lowered, its blade brushing Damon's chest. Interesting. How can you use divine power? I will carve you open and peel back every secret in your veins. However, Damon only grinned. You are out of time. The heir's orbs glowed maliciously with infernal flames as he stared at Damon. For a moment he paused, but then he indifferently proceeded to activate some skill. A burning shackle appeared on Damon's hand, searing deep into his flesh and bone. The metal was not metal at all, but a chain of runes forged from pure infernal law, embedding itself straight into his veins. However, the next second, the shackle broke. The skill did not work. The demon's eyes flickered with interest, but before he could try again, a lot more forcefully this time, all of a sudden, a shiver ran down his spine. The infernal orbs in his eyes dimmed into nothingness, and his eyes turned gray.
The shift was instantaneous. One moment, the air was a roaring inferno of malicious authority, flames licking the sky as if he were about to split the world open. The next, his infernal blaze guttered out like a candle in a storm. The black fire that had devoured the divine blade storm winked out. The glaive, still poised at Damon's chest, lowered ever so slightly, its flames shriveling into harmless embers. The heir's pupils, once molten coals, were now flat gray and lifeless as stone. The heir's body twitched once, then stiffened. Instead of the powerful attacks that the demon tossed one after the other, the body now raised its hand to cast a simple demonic fire explosion skill. The aftermath was no doubt deadly, but it was not remotely as powerful as the heir's attack. Damon's grin widened. His shadow clone had done it. It had finally come through for him in the clutch. He immediately emptied a healing potion and melded into the shadows. The explosion blossomed like a flower of black fire, swallowing the street in a thunderous wave. Stone cracked, walls collapsed, and the night sky lit up with a plume of smoke and flame. Yet Damon, already dissolved into the shadows, slipped away like mist before the blast could devour him. The heat grazed his form, searing his already tattered health, but compared to what he had just endured, it was almost laughable. From his vantage point in the gloom of a shattered alley, he watched. The demon heir moved stiffly now, as though strings guided his limbs. The aura of crushing supremacy was gone, replaced by a hollow emptiness. His gray eyes stared ahead without focus, and he cast another fire explosion into the ruins, again devastating, but crude, shallow, and mechanical. The vampiress crawled out of the rubble, coughing blood, eyes flashing in disbelief. She too seemed to notice the difference.
He's weakened," she whispered hoarsely, her voice trembling with both fear and exhilaration. Damon's fangs bared in a bloody grin. "Weakened?" He shook his head. "No, he's broken. You got a minute. Maybe only seconds. Can you kill him or not? Make your decision quickly. If you can't kill, then at least activate the portal to the Crimson Mountains. We need to get out of here." The vampiress staggered upright, leaning heavily on her shattered blood sword. Her crimson eyes flickered with fury and hesitation, the weight of centuries of ambition warring with the stark reality before her. Kill him? In this state, even broken, he's still a demon heir. If I fail, neither of us will leave this city alive. The vampiress clenched her jaw, then pressed her hand against the cracked sigil stone at her waist. A blood portal shimmered faintly, unstable, half-formed. "The portal will take time. I can hold it open for 30 seconds at most, but I need to get the others. I cannot simply let them all perish for my mistake. I need to get back to the auction hall." Damon's eyes suddenly widened as he remembered the elven slave. "Fine, let's go. Do you have a way to get us there faster?" The vampiress appeared at his side in a blink. Before he could even take another breath, her hand gripped his shoulder and the world warped around them. In the next instant, the two of them vanished in a blur of blood. They reappeared in front of the auction hall. Damon stumbled, barely keeping his balance, while the vampiress dropped to one knee, breathing hard. Blood trickled from her nose. She then began opening up the portal. "You got 30 seconds. Damon immediately dashed into the auction hall, which was pretty much ruined now. On his way in, he saw several corpses lying around, blood essence everywhere. He helped himself to all the essence he could gather, while at the same time dashing inside. So many corpses were littered all around, his poison domain wafting out of many of them. It looked like even though his poison domain did not work against the demon lord's heir, it still worked well enough against many of the other demonkin and beastkin. Damon immediately knew who was responsible for this. Amidst all the carnage, drained bodies were slumped all over the place. The vampire seemed to have made a comeback after his intervention, but unfortunately, even they were not completely immune to his poison. As he reached further inside the wreckage of the auditorium, he could clearly see even the vampires scattered around, some paralyzed, and some writhing from the effects of the poison. Damon thought for a moment, then quickly removed the effects of his poison essence selectively from their bodies. He then proceeded to look around hurriedly. Unexpectedly, he couldn't find the elven slave anywhere. Was she dead? Damon double-checked the interface and it confirmed that she was indeed still alive. Then where the hell was she hiding? If the elf was alive, she had to be close. He forced himself to focus, letting his heightened senses expand outward. At first he did not sense anything at all, except for the blood and gore everywhere. But when he tried for a second time, he sensed a weak aura coming from one of the collapsed heaps. Without wasting time, Damon immediately dashed towards the pile of rubble. When he was closer, he noticed the obvious anomaly. Inside the heap of rubble, there was a space where there was nothing at all. Everything seemed to be floating around this empty space. Rubble and debris should have crushed anything beneath, yet here, stones and splintered beams hovered slightly off the ground. Damon browed his eye. A faint shimmer lined the edges of the space, almost invisible unless you stared directly at it. Damon did not have the time right now to get into this. "Come out. That is an order." All of a sudden, stones and debris clattered down, and curled in the center was the elven slave. Dust covered her hair, and her skin was streaked with blood and grime. Her emerald eyes, wide and frightened, locked on Damon.
Outside, everything was in chaos. The city was burning, demonic flames everywhere. Shockwaves spread out here and there. Half of the city was already destroyed. The other demons and beastkin who lived in the city were running around like headless chickens, not knowing what was happening. Wherever the broken heir went, destruction followed. Many beings were indiscriminately slaughtered. Explosions rippled through the streets, destroying everything in sight. The other higher-tier demons residing in the city finally made their move and arrived at the scene. They appeared like storms descending from the skies, each one exuding their own powerful auras. Some of them had wings of demonic fire, others had horns of lightning. Each one of them were terrifying in their own way. However, they were all shocked to see the scene unfolding in front of them. Impossible! The Lord's heir is here? When did he arrive? What happened to him? Heir Supreme, please stop your slaughter! The powerful C-rank demons did not understand what was going on. None of them were even aware that the demon lord's heir was visiting their city. To make matters worse, his condition was extremely unstable, and he seemed to be under some sort of special curse. This frustrated everyone. While they had to do everything to stop their city from being destroyed completely, they also did not dare to injure the heir supreme. The chaos only became worse and worse as time passed. Meanwhile, Damon burst out of the broken building. He did not say anything to the elf. This was neither the time nor the place. He simply tossed a couple of healing spells at her, dragged her out of the wreckage, and dashed back outside the ruined building. The elven girl winced, simply staring at his back. Damon's eyes were only on the vampiress. She was crouched by the half-formed blood portal. Blood poured from her nose and mouth, staining her pale chin, but her hands didn't waver as she held the unstable gateway open. 10 seconds! That's all I can give! I am ready to leave! Damon sprinted straight for the portal, clutching the elf tightly. He had already sent the others back to the outpost. They were instructed to return to the blood hall through the portal and wait for further instructions. The mer people should have already retreated deep into the ocean, and they were also momentarily safe there. With everything taken care of, he was ready to leave this place. With one last surge of speed, he hurled himself and the elf into the portal. The vampiress threw herself into the portal as well, as everything snapped shut behind her. Now there was only the ruined city, and the demons and beastkin screaming in terror as the broken heir continued his rampage. On the other side, Damon stumbled out first. He was still holding the elf tightly in his hand. The girl was trembling, but otherwise she did not seem to be too badly affected. Suspiciously so. A few other vampires were lying scattered all around them, obviously tired and exhausted. Behind them, the vampiress stumbled out next. Her body shook violently and she collapsed. The portal closed behind her. Damon reached forward to hold her when a dozen vampires appeared all around her. They had gear of high quality on them, and all of them exuded powerful auras. Without even probing, Damon could tell that they were all peak C-rank figures. An intruder? The person in the front gazed at Damon from top to bottom. His eyes were cold and crimson. You need to come with us. Your girl here knows me. Damon was not nervous. Can you tell me what her name is? I don't know her name, but I did save her life. The vampire did not look like he was buying what Damon was selling. He continued to look at Damon quite sternly. Be that as it may, you need to come with us first. Everything else can be discussed later when everyone has had a chance to recover a little. Damon shrugged. Two vampires then wordlessly escorted him through a hazy fog. Damon already knew about this fog. This was a special barrier outside the Crimson Mountains, preventing anyone from easily intruding on the territory of the vampires. He had no idea who set it up, but it had been there forever. Unlike the demons, the vampires were not exactly interested in mingling with the other races, and kept their territory gates tightly shut and sealed. The two escorting vampires walked through the fog unbothered.
It seemed like they were already used to it, but there was no such thing. Damon already knew that they were wearing special rings that gave them the ability to ignore the mysterious fog. Damon patiently waited until the two vampires finally came to a stop. "You can go in," one of them said. "Wait here until we are ready for you. Don't try to do anything foolish, and you will be fine." Damon silently strolled inside when the fog all of a sudden cleared. 3 steps forward and he found himself at the entrance of a small castle-type building. It was not a luxurious castle by any means, just a small and simple one. Nevertheless, it was a decent place to stay. They could have done much worse. They could have thrown me into some sort of prison. Damon mused and walked inside, dragging the elven girl along with him. There were no guards whatsoever inside the castle. They walked into a huge, empty hall with extravagant furniture all around. Damon collapsed on the big, comfortable couch. "Fuck, I am finally here." He let out a sigh, going over the insane risks he had taken in these past few hours. Everything had been touch and go for a while there. What kind of nasty shortcut was this? He shook his head and snapped out of it. Everything was done and there was no point in thinking about what-ifs. He clenched his fists in excitement as he thought back to the power the Demon Lord's heir had. That was the kind of enemy he was going to face in the future. His blood boiled as he recollected the feeling of fighting with him. He needed power, a lot more. And it all started with this place right here. "I'm fucking here, finally," he grinned. Damon finally shifted his attention to the elven girl standing next to him. The girl was trembling from top to bottom, as if she was terrified of him. Damon sighed. "It's okay, you can relax. I am not that bad." His words, however, did not really help with anything. The girl was still shaking and looking at the ground, afraid to look anywhere else. "Listen, if I wanted you dead, you would already be dead. I already have a girlfriend, and she is a lot more well-endowed compared to you. I absolutely have no interest whatsoever in a small brat like you. You can really let go and relax. I came back for you, didn't I? I mean, I agree, I forgot about you for a minute there and almost left you alone, but I still came back." Damon waited for a reaction, but there was absolutely no response. He sighed and decided to give her some more time to get used to things. "Now then." He stood up and looked around. There wasn't much exactly for him to do at the moment, so he went for a round around the castle. The elf stayed where she was. Damon wandered around by himself. The place wasn't large. The walls were simple stone walls, and most of the rooms were empty. There was a library of sorts, but nothing worthwhile was in it. Even the castle grounds were still foggy, which meant he couldn't really access those. Without much to do, Damon returned to the main hall. It was just him and the elf, and after taking a look at the nervous mess, he decided to close his eyes and reflect on the battle. He barely meditated for a few minutes when a set of rushed footsteps snapped him out of his thoughts. "I am sorry. Please forgive me. My clan members do not know anything. Otherwise, they wouldn't have treated you like this." Damon opened his eyes slowly. A woman stood in front of him. She had long black hair with thin crimson streaks. Her skin was pale and sickly, even for a vampire, and before she could finish speaking, she coughed up a splatter of blood. She doubled over, chest heaving, each breath coming hard and ragged. A young man came running up behind her. He had a powerful aura around him, strong blood essence that danced around, but not a single drop leaked. It might not be apparent at first, but if one observed it properly, it spoke volumes about his talent. He reached out and grabbed the woman's arm to steady her. "Hinata, you need to rest." He sounded worried. "You shouldn't be pushing yourself. Couldn't this wait another day or two?" When his eyes landed on Damon, the warmth in his face disappeared. His whole posture changed. The friendly helper turned cold as he stared down at Damon with clear contempt in his eyes. Damon remained calm. Some sort of drama was unfolding in front of him, and he allowed it to play out to see where things were headed. Hinata, on the other hand, did not seem to care about him at all. She only looked at Damon, genuinely apologetic. "Thank you so much again. Without you, we would have never made it out of there." The young man again interrupted. "You only barely came in one piece. Whatever happened over there was not acceptable. You were way too reckless. You should have told me before leaving, then things would have never come down to this." He once again shot a death glare towards Damon. "Stop it, Alaric!" Hinata finally snapped. "Why are you even here? You are being very disrespectful to my guest. Please leave." Alaric snorted. "And if I don't, do you have the strength to make me? You need to take some time to rest and recover." Hinata glared at him stubbornly. "Fine, have it your way. I will wait for you back at home." Alaric flicked his gaze once more at Damon, the contempt still there, then turned and walked out of the hall. 2 shadowy guards fell in step with him. The heavy door groaned shut behind them, and for a moment the castle felt quieter. Hinata sagged against a pillar, breathing hard. She forced a weak smile at Damon. "I'm sorry about him. He's an idiot." She tugged on the hem of her sleeve, trying to hide how pale she had gone. "Thank you again. For everything." Damon smiled. He was inwardly shocked to see the arrogant, mysterious Vampress turn into this friendly, nice person. "It's fine. My survival also depended on it, so I didn't really do anything for you. We just helped each other out. There is no need to be so formal." "Don't play humble," Hinata shook her head with a small smile. "You dragged half my people out of that inferno. I owe you more than thanks." Damon shrugged. "All right, I'll take all the credit then. Thanks. So for all this help, any chance you can get me out of here and actually get me into the Crimson Mountains? It sucks to be treated like an outsider by my own people." Hinata's laughed a little. She rested a shaky hand on the back of a chair, then looked straight at Damon. She said, "You're not getting out of this that easy." She half teased, half serious. "I'll do what I can, but you know how things work here. I can't just shove you past the elders. They'll want answers. They'll want a reason to trust you." "Wait, do you even know how things work here? Is this your first time here?" Damon nodded. "Guilty. This is my first time here. As for answers and explanation, I can only try my best." "Don't worry. It won't be that big of a deal. You're a vampire after all. In the end, that should be enough for them to let you in without much of a fuss."
Incorrect. They did end up making a big fuss. An hour later, Damon stood in the huge hall of a much grander castle, and staring down at him were 2 powerful C-rank vampires, 2 elders of the Valeros family. Power rolled off them in heavy waves. One was a broad-shouldered man in dark plate, scars running across his face. The other was a woman in a long robe, eyes cold. Of course, there was also Alaric standing next to them. From the looks of it, he belonged to the same family. The Valeros family controlled this particular mountain in the Crimson Mountain Range, and Hinata mentioned that she was also a member of the same family. Since Damon had entered the Crimson Mountains through their family's territory, they were by default the ones responsible for his admission into the mountains. The 2 elders watched him like animals watching a new piece of meat. The man in the dark plate folded his arms. The woman in the robe didn't move at all, but her eyes seemed to cut right through Damon. You arriving there right when Hinata is on the cusp of finishing an important mission for the family, isn't it all a little too coincidental? How were you, a mere blood acolyte, able to survive a clash with the Demon Lord's heir? Hinata hurriedly opened her mouth to support Damon, but the woman's cold glare made her shut up. "I am asking him," Damora Valero said coldly. She stepped forward, eyes boring into Damon. "You will answer me directly." Damon sneered inwardly. "Sure,
Why not simply give them all of his secrets? Do they really expect someone to be that dumb? He remained calm and responded with the same answer. I came from the Light Faction continent, he said. I run a small blood hall there. We paid a fortune for Crimson Mountain reinforcement, billions of gold, in fact. I heard about the Dark Continent and received a quest to open up a portal. A group of us came through the portal. I merely happened to wander into the small demon city by chance to try and find a way to connect with the other vampires. Everything that happened was indeed a coincidence. I have never met Hinata before, nor heard of her. The first time I saw her, she asked me to stay away from her and the other vampires for the time being. I intended to do the same, but the auction caught my interest. As for the Demon Lord's heir, I have no idea who he was and why he was there. I was equally shocked to find someone like that in that small demon city. Demora's eyes narrowed. Let's say I believe your words and your ridiculous explanation. Still, how do you explain the heir's sudden misfortune? What caused his condition to become like that out of nowhere? Damon chuckled inwardly. Now they have finally come to the main point of this interrogation. He already knew that this was the main reason why he was dragged here. Countless new vampires enter these mountains every day, and they couldn't care less about it. In fact, they welcome the spread of the race. There was really no reason to question him like this. They wanted his secret. That too, for free. Damon only shrugged. I'm just a blood acolyte, my lady. How am I supposed to be responsible for something like that? I simply got lucky, and that is the truth. Gathering 2.5 billion gold coins to pay for reinforcement for my blood hall is really my limit. I am not capable of doing something like this. Alaric snorted. No, my lady, don't trust him. For all we know, he could be a spy planted by the heir to infiltrate the Crimson Mountains and gather information. Many new vampires come to the Crimson Mountain every day, or so I have heard. You are free to come with me through the portal and take a look at my blood hall. I am not hiding anything. Alaric shook his head firmly. My lady, this man— That's enough, Demora snapped at him. This conversation is going nowhere, and I do not like to waste my time. Her gaze then landed on Damon again. Young acolyte, you better watch your step. For now, I am granting you permission to step into the Crimson Mountains, but the family will be watching your actions. Any misstep, and the next time there won't be a meeting to discuss your fate. Damon bowed slightly. Understood, my lady. Thank you for your hospitality. Demora did not care for his words so much. She waved a hand and the guard stepped forward. Escort him, she ordered. Alaric's face changed, but he did not say anything. The two elders immediately left after that, and Alaric, too, followed in their footsteps. Clearly, he was planning to talk their ears some more. Hinata glared at him. I don't understand what his problem is. Don't worry. There is nothing he can do. You can come with me now. I will get you everything you need and help you take a tour of the place. Damon nodded with a smile. I would greatly appreciate that. Thanks. He wanted to tell her that the vampire Alaric was probably causing all of this ruckus because she suddenly wanted to help him so much, but he decided to leave that part out. He had no plans to interfere in the affairs between these two. He did not want to step into any more mess than he already had. This way, Hinata said. She pushed open a heavy door and led him into another room. It was a big room with luxurious seating. Can you wait here for a few seconds? She then called over a vampire attendant, from the looks of it, another blood acolyte like himself, and walked out of the room with him, discussing something seriously. A few minutes later, Hinata again entered the room, and this time she was holding a bright ring with a crimson gemstone.
Here, take this. Hinata held the ring out, palm flat. Everything you're going to need here is in this ring. A small welcome gift from me. Damon immediately accepted the ring. The ring itself was nothing special, it was just a spatial ring. He quickly bound it and scanned the contents inside. A family medallion, another ring, which should be the anti-fog ring, a few scrolls, and, surprisingly, 1,000,000 gold coins, along with 100,000 demonic manicores. Damon took a closer look at the stack of scrolls, and they were maps to the main areas in and around the Crimson Mountains. These were exactly everything he needed at the moment. "This is an extremely generous welcome gift," he whistled, and put on the anti-fog ring. "It's not much," Hinata smiled, looking a little guilty. "I should be doing a lot more, but I am afraid your life will only become harder if I get more involved." Damon did not argue with that. "It's okay. Your friend Alaric was not wrong. You need to rest and recover. You faced that monster when he was at his full strength. Your injuries should be bad. You should take care of yourself." "Yes," Hinata nodded. "And you should let me know if you need any more help. I still owe you a lot for saving me and my group." The two of them continued to exchange a few more words, but Damon did not linger. He quickly bid her farewell and stepped out of the huge, sprawling grand castle. "Finally, I can see shit," Damon grinned as he looked around. The fog that was there previously was now nowhere to be seen. Just like that. Damon had no idea what sort of magic could accomplish something like this, but he was here to find out more. He was finally at a place where he could unlock the full potential of his race, and hopefully his bloodline. Damon walked over to the elven slave girl who was waiting for him quietly outside the castle. From the looks of it, she was still in the fog and blind, so when she heard his voice, she looked startled. "Don't worry, let's hit the market first, and I will buy you some essentials there." The elven girl did not really respond. Damon continued to walk, and she quietly followed him. "Make sure that you don't lose me." The two of them walked in silence as Damon first took out all the scrolls and activated one after another. Immediately, a flood of information entered his mind. He knew most of these things already, but still these maps were a good refresher. His memory was far from perfect, and these maps helped in filling the gaps. Then he headed over to the group of carriages waiting outside the enormous castle gates. Damon scanned them quickly. Some carriages wore the Valeros crest and had armored riders beside it. Others looked slightly less luxurious. He picked one of the less luxurious ones and walked over. "I need a ride to the market." The coachman gave him a simple nod. 1 gold coin. Damon bitterly smiled. It was a ridiculous amount for a simple carriage ride to the marketplace, but that was the norm in the Vamplands. Everything was a fucking rip-off. This is why even the vampires preferred to shop in the demon territories. Everything was basically a fucking rip-off. Damon paid the gold coin and got into the carriage. He then helped the elf climb up as well. As the carriage rolled out, he glanced back at the castle. Hinata stood on a balcony watching him leave. She even waved her hand. The vampiress had really come a 180 on her personality. Damon returned it with a half smile and a wave. The ride to the market was short. The carriage soon stopped at the market entrance, which was practically deserted. Only a few vampires were walking about, and they were silent, minding their own business. Everything about the place was disciplined and regal, unlike the demon market areas, which were basically rowdy with public orgies and street brawls. This place was like some sort of official area. Damon shook his head helplessly. He was currently in the Valeros family market, which is why everything was this bad. The common markets in the other smaller mountains were much less stiff. In fact, he would be getting cheaper stuff if he headed over there immediately, but he did not want the elven girl to be blind all the time. He walked over to one of the general shops and soon purchased a few more anti-fog rings, just in case his became damaged. "Here, wear this and you will be able to see." He handed over one to the elven girl. He also handed over a spatial pouch to her with a bunch of clothes. She was currently dressed in plain clothes, and they did not look comfortable at all. He stretched his hand out with the ring and the pouch, but the elven girl didn't really accept it. Damon sighed. "Take it and wear it. This is an order." The girl flinched, and she lifted her trembling hands to accept it. Damon didn't want to be rude to her, but he was also short-pressed for time. Now that he was actually here, there were a lot of things he wanted to do.
The next raid was going to happen in a couple of days, and there was a lot he needed to prepare before that. Looking around, he walked over to the skill shop first to take a look at their collection. Damon did not really expect much, considering that it was just a simple skill shop, but he was pleasantly surprised when he checked out the contents. There were basic skills of almost all classes neatly arranged, some of which even he hadn't collected yet. On top of that, there were also several vampire racial skill books. In fact, it had everything that a blood acolyte needed. It even had a couple of skills that a blood expert could use, but nothing beyond that. Damon was not surprised by it. Skill books were quite rare after all. The fact that there were these many skill books available was in itself very surprising. It had to be because this was the special clan marketplace for the Valeros family. If he was not wrong, then this marketplace shouldn't really be accessible to the general public. Only friends and members of the clan should be able to shop here. Thankfully, Hanata had given him a family medallion. He flashed the medallion to the shopkeeper and then went on a shopping spree. He picked Blood Sense first, as the skill had extremely good synergy with his primordial senses, and he had a feeling that it could be amplified further when combined with it. Then he picked Knight's Grace to get a passive 10% boost in all attributes at night, a no-brainer must-have skill for all vampires. There was Blood Reservoir, which he already had, but he picked up 2 books for Kate and Mark. Now that he thought about it, they probably needed the other skills as well. He doubled back and picked 3 copies for everything. He then made it 10 just in case Alora, Cale Thorne, and Aaron lacked any. It was always good to have some backups considering he would be making more followers in the future. Then there was Blood Spike, Blood Whip, Blood Shield, Blood Mark, and Blood Bind. The first 3 skills could essentially be obtained from blood manipulation, but Damon decided to buy them anyway to see if he could get extra mastery in blood manipulation. As for Blood Mark and Blood Bind, they were rare skills that would definitely come in handy. Blood Mark was an interesting skill with many uses, while Blood Bind was an amazing control skill. Both were must-haves. There were also Blood Spray, Blood Blink, Night's Shadow, Blood Whisper, Blood Mirror, and Blood Lens. Blood Spray was an AoE damage skill. Blood Blink conveniently improved the range of the Blink skill. The same went for Night's Shadow. He now had so many shadow skills that he was on the verge of creating a powerful shadow skill. Blood Whisper was an amazing utility skill. If he was not wrong, he would be able to talk to Kate, Aaron, and Mark right now through this skill, whispered directly in their ears. Blood Mirror was a defense skill that deflects partial damage, and Blood Lens was another great utility skill, which helps him finding out hidden traps in enemies. Most of these skills had amazing synergy with his existing skills and his bloodline abilities, and Damon's eyes lit up with excitement. He couldn't wait to try them out. In his last life, he had to struggle and grind a lot just to obtain one of these skill books. There would either be insanely long chain quests, or there would be a brutal monster grind to get the low-probability skill book drop. Even then, he had never managed to get all of these amazing skills. Whenever he had watched other top players use these skills casually, he could only drool over them. Obtaining one was next to impossible without allocating at least 3 or 4 months to it. And now, everything was completely different. All of these amazing skill books were simply laid out in front of him. Damon was like a kid in a candy store. His fingers went crazy as he started emptying out shelf after shelf in the skill book shop. A woman walked over to him, eyeing him suspiciously. "Excuse me, Acolyte, might I remind you that each of these books costs 1,000 gold coins?" Damon laughed. "That's fine." The woman did not look convinced. She looked at his ragged appearance and then clicked her tongue. How about you first pay for some of these books before continuing to browse the other collections? Damon grinned like an idiot. All right, he said. Count me in. Wrap them up. The woman still looked doubtful. How many have you picked out so far? Damon pointed to a stack of skill books on the side. It started small, but right now the stack was almost touching the roof of the shop. The attendant's face twitched. You are telling me that you have the gold coins to pay for all of that? Blood magic sparked around her. You are going to have to stay back and clean up all of this mess, understand? Stop messing around and stop wasting time. I'm not sure if you are new here, but there are severe consequences for unruly behavior in the Valeros family's territory. This is not a commoner's marketplace where you can do whatever you please. Here, you need to act with discipline. You need to follow the rules. Otherwise, I'm going to have to report you. Damon was about to explain to her when someone else interrupted her. What is all this commotion? Do you need any help, Marianne? A man walked over and gave a quick look at Damon. Of course, he too jumped to the same conclusion. Who are you and why are you causing trouble here? Shall I call the guards? The vampire had been working here for a long time, and he already knew all the high-ranking members of the clan. He could also tell that Damon was a newcomer. He took it as a good chance to show off his authority and score with the woman. Just because a shop attendant is good-looking, you cannot come waltzing in here and harassing her. Are you going to leave, or shall I call the guards? The guy put on a lofty expression and spoke arrogantly, while at the same time checking to make sure that the woman, Marianne, was pleased.
Damon sighed. Clearly, talking was not going to work with these two. He silently took out a spatial pouch, transferred some gold coins into it, and tossed it onto the table. There, I have paid for the first 100 books. Now, can I continue browsing? Huh? What 100 gold coins? Pooh-ha! You can't even buy a single page with that measly amount. Do you even know how much a single skill book costs? Who let you inside the clan market? Are you a stray? The guy scoffed and continued his rambling. His eyes then quickly darted to Marianne to check if she was still pleased with his response. But unexpectedly, she stood frozen like a statue. Her mouth was open and her eyes were widened, and she stared at Damon without blinking. Did you just say you paid for 100 books? She stammered. She hurriedly grabbed the spatial pouch and confirmed the contents within. Her body started trembling, and she looked up, swallowing nervously. I am so sorry, my lord. I was stupid just now. Please forgive my impudence. I will immediately pack these books up for you. Please feel free to continue browsing, and let me know if I can assist you in any way. Damon nodded. He was not in the mood to make this silly thing a big deal, so he casually waved his hand and continued looking. 1,000 gold coins was indeed a lot of money, but it was nothing compared to the usefulness of these skill books and the time it would save everyone on his team. He browsed through the shelves and started pulling out more and more skill books. Meanwhile, the other guy looked unhappy. He thought that he had finally obtained a chance to impress Marianne, but everything backfired on him. Still, he was quite confident that they did not have to be so nervous. After all, money was not everything. Excuse me, before you start taking out any more skill books, please wait. Just money alone is not enough to make a purchase in this shop. Moreover, you can only buy 1 or 2 books at most. You cannot come in here and buy whatever you want, even if you have somehow managed to procure the gold coins. This time, Damon did not even bother looking at the guy. He took out the medallion Hinata had given him and showed it. Is this enough, or should I call Hinata personally to come here and vouch for me? Damon did not hesitate at all. He freely used her name and threw her weight around. This was precisely why he had taken such a big risk and entered the Valeros family, so he did not plan to shy away now. The trick worked like a charm. Hearing Hinata's name, both the attendants looked utterly dumbfounded. They were even more shocked to hear her name than at the pouch of coins.
For a full second, both attendants simply stared, mouths open. "Hinata? Hinata Valoras?" Marianne blurted. Her earlier bossiness drained away like water. The other man's bravado vanished in the same heartbeat. His shoulders dropped, and he looked suddenly small. "Yes," Damon said casually, slipping the medallion back into his spatial ring. "She gave it to me." "My lord," the two of them immediately prostrated themselves in front of him. They did not even dare to open their mouths anymore. They were visibly shaking and trembling. Damon sighed. "Enough! Stand up. I did not come here for theatrics." Both of them scrambled to their feet like they had been electrocuted, faces flushed and obedient. "Keep a tally of everything I'm pulling out and tell me the total amount. Put it all in a spatial ring and hand it to me." Damon did not bother with them anymore. He continued his shopping and pulled out everything he wanted left and right. He did not hold back at all. He did not want to go overboard, but he simply couldn't help himself. All the skill books were extremely important for combat and other things. In the end, he coughed up about 5 million gold coins when he was done shopping in the skill book store, almost cleaning out 50% of their inventory. Even if it was the Clan Market Special store, there were only limited skill books available. Skill book drops were quite rare, and this was expected. Damon single-handedly cleaned out half of it and stepped out of the shop, grinning ear to ear. Having devoured skills from many monsters, he had amassed quite a bit of skills from the other classes and races, but he had always felt that his personal development in the blood department was lagging behind. Today he had taken a significant step in that direction as well. Before I leave, I have one more thing to ask you. I almost forgot. Do you know where I can obtain good movement techniques and body tempering techniques? Damon turned around and asked the two trembling attendants. Damon was hoping that he would find these techniques in another shop down the line. That would make his life a lot easier. But the two vampires only shook their heads negatively. "Those scrolls are only available in the family vault, my lord. We do not know those sorts of things." Damon half expected this, so he simply waved and walked away. The elven girl was waiting for him outside, and she quietly followed him. The two of them walked along the streets, and Damon checked out the other shops. There were potion shops, weapon shops, armor shops, cloth shops, and other shops which were similarly selling items and gear. Damon scanned these shops quickly. While some of their wares were impressive, nothing was truly eye-catching. Most of them were rare-grade items, with only a couple of epic-grade items. These epic item stats were nothing to write home about. Damon skipped buying anything in these shops. When it came to equipment purchase, he had another shop in mind. Damon stopped by the potion shop next and stocked up on a few high-grade health potions, mana potions, and recovery potions. Each of these was being sold for ridiculous prices, 100 gold coins a pop, so he did not buy too much, just 10 of each. Instead, he bought about a dozen scrolls in these shops. Scrolls containing recipes were dirt cheap. These recipe scroll drops were equally rare as skill books, but not many vampires were talented in alchemy. This was why recipe scrolls were sold for next to nothing, while potions were sold for sky-high prices. Damon had already planned to make these purchases in the common market, but the Valoros clan market had much better quality recipes and a huge variety of potion recipes. He purchased as many as he could and continued browsing. But it looked like this was the last of the loopholes he could take advantage of. He tried to procure some recipes for his blacksmiths, but that turned out to be a dead end. The vampires were not bad at everything. It turned out that the weapon recipes and item recipes typically sold like hotcakes and would be emptied out as soon as they showed up in any shop. Heck, it was only a rare occasion for any even to pop up. This was why most of the market was filled with item shops, as many were into forging, leatherworking, and tailoring, creating more gear than what the market demanded. The most common shop was the rune shop, where rune masters engraved enchantments on everything, boosting all attributes of weapons and armor. Damon browsed for some time and wandered through the market before he finally prepared to leave. Coincidentally, he came across one last shop. It was a scroll shop. All sorts of scrolls were sold inside the shop, including teleporting scrolls. Similar scrolls were available in the Light faction as well, but the scrolls here teleported vampires to the Crimson Mountains, just like their counterparts teleported humans to selected cities. The only condition was that they had to be on this continent. The activation also took about 5 minutes, which was a big inconvenience. The scroll was also pretty easily interrupted. Overall, it had a lot of drawbacks, but the usefulness of the scroll was still off the charts. With this, Damon would easily be able to get the others here. It would also save him a lot of travel time while exploring the areas in and around the Crimson Mountains. With this previous life knowledge, and with the information he had received from Hinata's maps, Damon already had a good idea of all the places he needed to rush to. He needed to grab as many cheats as he possibly could before they were scooped up by someone else or some other situation. Many new things have occurred in this lifetime, and the timeline has undergone considerable changes. There was no guarantee that all his cheats and small boosts would remain untouched, waiting for him to claim them. It was best to grab them as fast as possible. Damon bought a few dozen teleportation scrolls. He also bought some other magic scrolls which had the ability to do decent mass AoE damage. These would come extremely handy in the next Blood Hall battle. After dropping a good amount of gold in the scroll shop, Damon finally walked over to another set of carriages, ready to leave. While the Valeros clan market was quite good, the commoners' market had a much larger variety of goods. He also needed to meet that person. Kate and Mark lacked good weapons, and so did he. If he was not wrong, then the old quest chain for an epic-grade staff should still be available with that man. In his last life, Aiden picked up this quest and obtained the staff for himself, but in this lifetime it would be his. Damon silently paid the 10 gold coins required and got onto a carriage along with the elven girl. The carriage driver gave him a look when he mentioned the commoners' market, but after getting paid, he was more than happy to take them wherever. Damon let out a sigh as the carriage picked up speed and left the Valeros gates. All the carriages were usually driven by blood manes, tamed demonic horse-like beasts that had blood-red manes. They were quite fast, and Damon had always liked them. Their rhythmic movements were very calming. Damon leaned back and looked outside. A lot of things were on his mind. Now that he was here, he suddenly had a lot more to do and accomplish. The blow he had dealt to the Super 10 would not hold for too long. He needed to act again before he had another chance to recover. Since he was on the Dark Continent currently, he was not able to access the world chat and such, and wondered what was going on the Light Continent right about now. Had the big shots already started making their moves against the Abyssal Zone? His mind wandered as he thought about nothing in particular, gazing at the familiar scenery outside the carriage. The Crimson Mountains were just like the other parts of the Dark Continent, with the dull purple sky and the barren lands all around. Small demonic creatures scurried around here and there, red-eyed bunnies and twisted-horned goats, the Dark Continent version of starter beasts for newbie players. Of course, as they headed out further and further from the Valeros gates, more stronger demonic beasts would appear, but the carriage drivers were very experienced. They usually took the best and shortest routes to the destination, avoiding all unnecessary conflicts. Every carriage also had a guard who was more than capable of handling any unexpected visitors. These visitors were not a problem for Damon. He also knew the way from the Valeros family mountain to the Commoners' Mountain, both from the map and his knowledge from his previous time around. But he still preferred using a carriage. This was because the Crimson Mountains had one more special feature. They always moved around, and the path never remained the same. Paths in the Crimson Mountains never stayed the same. Just like the fog, this was also one of the mysteries of the vampire territory. It was a common legend that there were magical formations beneath every one of these mountains. These formations made sure that the location of two mountains never stayed the same for more than a few hours. A road that existed at dawn could be a cliff by dusk. A pass you trusted yesterday might be swallowed whole by a route-backed slide the next hour. That meant travel here was never about maps alone. Drivers and scouts earned their stripes by reading the skies rather than the ground. There was an entire network of vampires dedicated to this. However, the information was only available to high-tier nobles. Commoners, like him, had to either cough up the gold coins for the carriage rides or go through endless struggles just to reach a random place. There were instances where many had died directly because of this issue. The only saving grace was that there weren't any C-rank or above monsters in the territory. There were mostly only harmless F-rank beasts, or slightly annoying D-rank and E-rank beasts. Players could still die to those beasts if they got caught off guard. A wrong step, a collapsed path, a surprised burrowed thing, and one was done before they could blink. Damon had died many times like this in his last life. Now, things had changed so much that he was casually hiring a carriage just to not waste time and procrastinate about the other things on his to-do list. He chuckled inwardly as he turned to look at the elven girl who was now fast asleep. At least now she was comfortable enough to fall asleep, which was progress. Damon took out a skill book while he waited. His hands had been itching since he had bought them, and this seemed as good a time as any to start learning everything. With a big smile on his face, he mentally activated the first skill book, Blood Sense. This was the skill book he was most excited about. He wanted to see if he could somehow combine it with his primordial senses and boost the power of the skill. Blood Sense, passive, D rank. You subtly sense blood and blood auras in the nearby areas. The explanation was simple, but Damon felt a rush of information flooding his brain as he learned the skill, and the skill book in his hand disappeared. He closed his eyes and focused on everything. Even though he already knew how to reach out and get a feel for blood auras, he still paid attention to the skill book contents. After some time, he closed his eyes and tried to sense the blood auras nearby. There were mostly small ones, probably of the demonic beasts around them. Damon then focused and really tried to sense the world around him, activating his primordial senses. The next second, everything changed. Instead of the normal world around him, he saw veins of blood, thin threads of red lines running around everywhere, and bright blobs where life or mana pooled. For an instant, he could see every single blood aura that was present on the mountain they were closest to. He was used to reading blood auras, but never like this, never spread out so wide, never so bright. Damon's mind could only hold so much before he felt a searing pain and was forced to stop. However, in that last second, suddenly his eyes widened. Blood tears dripped from his eyes as he stared in shock at the bottom of the mountain. There was something there, a strong blood aura, the strongest he had ever seen or felt. A single blood aura so huge and hot it felt like a sun, infinite energy contained within it. What the hell was it? Just glancing at it for a fraction of a second made him feel extreme danger. His senses screamed danger, and he immediately snapped out of it. He forced himself to step out of the focus. The red map snapped closed like a book slammed shut. The pain in his head eased, but the cold knot in his gut didn't. He had felt power before, but nothing had ever hit him like that. Not even the aura of that woman back in the abyssal zone, or the avatar of the demon god he had faced back on Earth. What the hell was going on? What was that? More importantly, was something like that beneath every mountain? Was that perhaps the trump card of all the vampire clans in the Crimson Mountain territory? Several questions popped up in Damon's mind. He had no answers to any of them. The only thing he knew was that he couldn't use his primordial senses in this region again, at least until he became strong enough. Otherwise, his jig would be up, and some insane old monster would easily grab his bloodline, even if it meant tearing him apart cell by cell. Damon shook himself and tried to snap out of it. After a few minutes, he was finally able to calm down a little, and he went back to the rest of his skill books. The first one had worked out just like he had hoped, and even given him a small heart attack. He could only hope that the others would be more straightforward and give him a straight dose of power.
Damon took out simpler skill books to learn from next. Knight's Grace, Blood Whip, Blood Spike, Blood Sword, Blood Bind, and a few other skill books lay piled up near him as he started learning them one after the other. Even though he did not really need to learn some of these skills, he hoped it would still give him some insights into blood manipulation, and decided to learn them anyway. Damon's crimson eyes flashed as information flooded his brain continuously. Knight's Grace went in first. It was mostly a passive thing, sharpening his reflexes and speed and agility a little more at night. Then came the attack skills. While Damon was fully immersed in learning the various skills, the carriage driver's eyes darted to Damon's figure every now and then. Especially the sight of so many skill books made his eyes widen slightly. The vampire then exchanged a quick glance with the guard. The guard didn't take his eyes off Damon either. Both of them had plenty of experience, and this was not the first time they had come across a commoner who had run into a stroke of luck. A mere blood acolyte daring to possess such wealth? A couple of minutes passed, and the guard finally gave the go signal. If the damned bastard consumed all the skill books in his possession, then their profits would be reduced. The carriage driver returned the nod and then continued leading the horses. A couple more minutes passed by when suddenly loud howls resounded near them. A pack of bloodhounds burst out, eyes glowing amber. They were all around level 50, and their numbers were also extremely impressive. There were about a couple dozen of them. Bloodhounds always traveled in huge packs, which made them extra dangerous. The driver's face instantly went white. He didn't think twice. He threw down the reins and ran for the trees, shouting as he went. The guard leapt to his feet and grabbed his polearm, planting himself between the animals and the carriage. He parried and blocked the hounds, keeping a few of them engaged. While he was not outright overwhelmed by the beasts, he also couldn't exactly defeat them fast enough. Most of the beasts ran around him and headed straight for Damon and the elven girl. Damon still looked like he was completely engrossed in the skill books. The elven girl, on the other hand, was fast asleep. The girl was clearly sleeping after many sleepless nights, so she was sleeping like a log, not even hearing the loud howls of the hounds. The guard sneered, and the carriage driver who was observing the scene from a distance grinned. This was going to be the easiest haul they had ever had. The duo could almost taste the savory meat and the rich blood wine they were going to celebrate this win with when Damon finally flashed his eyes open. The next second, blood spheres appeared all around them. There were exactly 35 blood spheres, one for each hound, and then 2 more for the carriage driver and the guard. Damon smiled viciously as he watched the scene in amusement. It had been a long time since someone had tried robbing him. He tilted his head, and the next moment the spheres started shooting blood swords towards the hounds and the 2 vampires. A dozen hounds fell at once, howling and thrashing as the blood swords slashed at them multiple times. Blood essence from their dying bodies freely flowed into Damon. The 2 vampires gawked in horror at the scene unfolding. They had never seen anyone commanding blood like this. A simple acolyte couldn't possibly possess a power like this. This was a blood expert. No, maybe not even a blood expert. Only a blood master or a general could possibly do something like this. Both the vampires trembled in fear as they realized how badly they had fucked up. "My lord, please forgive me. I have a family to support." The carriage driver straight up collapsed on the ground and started wailing loudly. The guard, on the other hand, tried to block the blood swords, gritting his teeth.
it looked like he still hoped that his cover was not blown. "Don't forgive that wretch. Kill him, my lord," he shouted. "He tried to have us both ambushed and steal from us." The carriage driver became shocked. "Romulus, you liar! You demonic swine! He is lying, my lord. The both of us were in on this together." Their accusations crashed over each other until they sounded ridiculous and helpless. Damon watched them for a second with a smile. He then lazily waved his hand, ending the both of them with a mere thought. "Sorry about that. Usually I am not this petty, but I do need something from the two of you." He chuckled. The next moment his shadow wavered and a clone appeared, walking towards the two corpses. The clone swiftly picked up all the belongings and returned to Damon. It then went back to pick up all the drops from the dead hounds. Most of them had demonic cores. There were also some hides and teeth that had dropped. Damon was more interested in the personal belongings of the duo. He rummaged through them until he found a crimson crystal in the carriage driver's spatial pouch. The guard did not have any, but at least the carriage driver did not disappoint. Damon bound the crimson crystal, and immediately a map flashed in front of him. It was the current map of the Crimson Mountains, given out by the scouting network. With this, he easily had the path to wherever he was headed. "There we go. Now we can be on our own without any drama." He tossed the crystal back into his ring and then jumped out of the carriage. The elven girl was still sleeping, completely oblivious to everything. Damon shook his head helplessly and picked her up. He then dashed forward on the narrow winding path at top speed with a smile on his face. However, in just a couple of seconds, the smile on his face froze along with his body. Damon was unable to take a single step forward, no matter how much he tried. Damon tried a lot. He tried moving forward, he tried moving back, he pushed with both his legs. Nothing. He put the elven woman in his hand down and tried using blink and shadow step, but nothing worked. He was able to activate his mana, his blood essence, and his primordial mana core, but when it came to using the mana on his movement skills, nothing was happening. He was able to conjure both his defensive blood barrier and offensive blood lance, even a wind arrow easily. He was able to cast whatever skill he wanted, but moving out of that spot seemed to be simply impossible. Spells that should lift him or fold space just hit an invisible wall. Damon rubbed his chin. His magic was working. That meant that he should technically be able to activate his teleportation tattoo. Could that work? What about the teleportation scrolls? Once again, everything ended in a failure. The teleportation tattoo activated, but he was still in the same spot. Teleportation scrolls similarly were activated, but it kept getting interrupted. He wasted 5 scrolls before giving up. Teleportation was out of question, movement was out of question, while magic of every other kind worked. In a way, this was good because at least he was not completely locked without any means to protect himself. But why the hell was he spatially confined? Damon frowned. It meant someone had set up a very specific kind of trap. Before he could wonder what was happening, a system notification flashed in front of him. "Ding! You have been afflicted with a curse." Damon's eyes widened in shock. What now? A curse? What the heck? He looked around and found absolutely no one. He used his newly acquired skill, Blood Lens, and a bloody aura covered his eyes. He once again looked around and found nothing at all. No one hiding around him in stealth. Sure, his skill could possibly have some loopholes, but he was in the middle of nowhere in the ever-changing Crimson Mountains. There was no chance that somebody had been following him all the way here. The only one who could have reached him was Alaric, but the vampire only barely knew him. There was some friction between them, so maybe he was responsible for this. But knowing the guy so far and his proud personality, he wouldn't be hiding in the shadows cursing him. He would have directly confronted him, attacked him with full force. It just did not make sense. What the hell was happening? Could it perhaps be connected to the Demon Lord heir? He had used a secret method to take him out, after all, but as far as he knew, there shouldn't be any consequences for the method, especially since he used a shadow clone. Damon looked around, waiting for the enemy to reveal themselves, or, for that matter, something else to happen. But nothing did. There was no one else around him. He and the elven girl were all alone. So what now? He sat down and let out a sigh. Even with his experience of 2 lifetimes, he was simply stumped as to how someone managed to do something like this. To not even be present near him and to be able to cast a curse like this? They would have to have contacted someone very powerful to pull this off. Or if it was a player, then they would have to have a very unique class and skill, a very high tier one, perhaps even an S-class. Damon could think of only one group who could possibly possess a powerful player like this and be interested in meddling with him. As for the purpose behind all of this, Damon smiled. He already knew that very well. Why should someone do something like this right now? The Blood Hall battle. That had to be it. That was the only reason he could think of. Here he was making final preparations before heading back to the Niera City Blood Hall, and all of a sudden he was afflicted with a strange curse that prevented him from moving. Someone was definitely trying to stop him from returning to the Blood Hall. The Super 10? Aiden? Did they not get enough from the Abyssal Zone? Or perhaps they had already recovered from that blow? Did their powers run even deeper than he had assumed? Damon clicked his tongue. They weren't like they could keep this on forever. All curses had a limit, after all, especially a powerful one like this. A curse that had the ability to lock him in place. Damon's guess would be about 48 to 72 hours. That should definitely be the upper limit of the curse. He was positive about it. That would also be a few hours after the Blood Hall battle started and probably ended. Someone had planned everything thoroughly from start to finish. He closed his eyes and focused, pushing away all of the unnecessary thoughts from his mind. A curse, huh? The plan was good. Preventing him from stepping in could give the other side a lot of advantages. His presence might even change the outcome of the battle. But he still had a lot of tricks up his sleeve. He was not going to lose this second battle so easily, over a fucking curse. He opened up his system interface to send out some messages, only to find that his system communications were also locked up. A vicious grin crept up on Damon's face. They had truly locked him from every which way, didn't they? The curse looked like it was an extremely powerful one. Not only did it block him location-wise, it had also cut off his communications. It had completely locked him down. But just how powerful was it? Was it powerful enough to stand toe-to-toe with his bloodline? Damon took out a skill book that he was yet to learn. Blood Whisper. Damon activated the skill book and a flood of information immediately rushed into his mind. Blood Whisper, the skill he can use to communicate with people marked by his blood. Now it was time to see if the almighty curse could block even this skill, a skill that used his very blood to communicate. Damon closed his eyes, activated the skill, and focused. The next instant, he found himself in a dark place in the middle of nowhere. No ground, no sky, just empty dark. It was as if he were standing in a void. But he was not alone. Threads sprang out from him in all directions. Thin red threads, black threads, and even some that were golden in color. No, not some, many. Once the golden threads started appearing, they simply took over the whole space. Damon was utterly shocked. There were millions of these threads. He felt as if his mind was going to break from the sheer number of them. His entire being suddenly felt shaky and weak. The more he looked at these threads, the more the pain. He only barely managed to reach out to one thin red line before everything snapped, and he was kicked out of the void. Damon gasped, still feeling the effect of the skill. What the fuck was that? Why were there so many threads? He had only expected 6 or 10, as he had only so many followers and bound beasts or other beings. But to have so many threads? He forced himself to breathe slowly. His heart thudded. His head throbbed. The void was still there, like a bruise in his head. That many threads had overloaded him completely. Moreover, he did not even get a chance to reach for any of the thread. It was not like he could try this skill again. Something told him that his soul would simply explode if he attempted to do such a thing one more time. Another useless skill? Or maybe he overdid it. Damon silently pondered on everything he had seen. The most puzzling thing was that the number of golden threads was a lot more than the number of red threads and black threads. If all these threads are related to him by blood, then what did the 3 colors mean? He closed his eyes and certainly remembered something. Aaron. He had felt Aaron when he had reached out through the thin red thread in that final moment before everything snapped shut. Wait a second. If the thin red threads meant his blood-bound followers like Aaron, Mark, and Kate, and if all the threads were connected to him by his blood, what could the hundreds of golden threads be? It was not like he had any relation to these hundreds of people. Could they possibly be the other beings with his bloodline? No, that did not make sense. Even though he had consumed their blood, his blood did not really have anything to do with them. A thought suddenly popped into his mind. Could they possibly be the other beings with his bloodline? Damon froze as he thought about it. He only had a fraction of his bloodline. What if the fraction he had was really small? What if his bloodline powers were currently weak and had these many limitations because he shared his bloodline with these many beings? And then there was the fact that he was able to reach out to them, or at least picture them. But what if someone stronger on the other end could do the same thing and reach out to him? Then wouldn't they be able to hunt him down and devour him, consuming his bloodline and everything he had gathered so far? Damon shuddered. He suddenly realized something. He was in a fucking race. His bloodline, the ticking bomb-tello, was even more dangerous than he had ever realized. It was either hunt or be hunted. He needed to strengthen his mind and soul fast enough. He needed to be the first one to reach for the others and devour them. Otherwise, he would be the one who was devoured. Damon pulled himself together. Panic wouldn't help. He needed to think clearly, and he needed to grow stronger. He closed his eyes, calmed down, and took a few breaths. First things first. He once again tried to reach out with the same skill, but this time he did not overdo it like the last time. In fact, he did not activate the skill itself. He merely willed to communicate with Aaron, and the next moment he could feel a cold, poisonous aura. "My lord, is that you?" "I'm Smile, Aaron. Where are you right now? Have you recovered sufficiently?" STUFS, meanwhile, back in the Light Faction continent. "Are you sure that the curse is in place and is fully working?" STERNLY looked at Viola and asked. The Dark Princess, however, only scoffed in response. "Why? Are you doubting my skills now?" "Bro, come on. You need to relax and you need to trust others a little. Viola is unbeatable when it comes to stuff like this. I am still trying to get out of the love curse she cast on me," Rizond winked at the woman sitting opposite him in the huge meeting hall. Michael completely ignored the guy and continued, "I am not doubting your skills. I also don't have to tell you how important this battle is. When the gate to the Golden Throne opens, this buffoon absolutely cannot have any sort of upper hand. Do you understand?" Viola scoffed, but did not say anything. "This curse has to hold on." Michael spelled it out again. "There cannot be any errors. We need to be the first in line for the Golden Throne." So let me ask you this again. Do you have any ways to track the effectiveness of the curse? Is it going to become defective over time? And is there any chance for that buffoon to break the curse before the timer?
Negative. Viola firmly shook her head. There was absolutely nothing he could do to get out of my grasp, and by the time the curse weakens, everything would already be over. His blood haul would have fallen, and he would become a nobody in this continent. I suggest you go and take care of the other matters instead of wasting time asking these useless questions to me. Viola then stood up and directly left the room without giving Michael any face. Ouch, that's gotta hurt, Reynard laughed. The golden boy completely ignored. He stood up and patted Michael. It's okay, relax, and take it easy. Beautiful women are like that. They can treat us however they want. It's the rule, bro. Michael shrugged him away, and the next second he too was gone from the room. Only Reynard remained. A cunning glint silently appeared in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared as he went back to his casual demeanor. He laughed loudly and stepped out of the room as well. A few hours slid by, and then 2 whole days passed. Where the hell is he? He could have at least sent me a frickin' message before disappearing like this. Kate walked back and forth in the throne room of the blood hall. It had been almost 2 days now, and yet she had not heard a single thing from Damon. You are acting like some sort of worried housewife, Mark teased her. Kate shot him a glare, which made him laugh nervously. All right, but you know how he is. He is always doing something. Maybe he's in a situation where he can't contact us. We can't do anything. We can only wait and see. Kate grit her teeth. Come on, there should be something we can do. She continued pacing back and forth in the room. Elora, Calethorn, and Riven silently waited in the back of the throne room, everyone listening intently, but no one daring to say anything. Well, at least not Calethorn and Elora. All of a sudden, Riven spoke up. My lady, can't we simply ask the vampires arriving here? Can't they make a portal to the Crimson Mountains or whatever that place is? Maybe then we can go over there and search for the Lord. Varnix, who walked into the room, answered the question on Kate's behalf. The legacy families of the Crimson Mountains would never risk something like that for the sake of a small blood hall like ours. Opening a portal from here to there is like giving the light factions direct access to our inner sanctum. They will never agree to it. Varnix then turned to Kate and Mark and bowed his head respectfully, showing the same respect he usually showed for Damon, perhaps even more. Damon might be the current blood hall lord, but these two are individuals with a god's blessing, and in his eyes that demanded a much higher reverence. My lady and my lord, we have received news. The holy and divine dogs have finally made their move. The army has started marching and should arrive at our doorstep in a couple of hours. The battle is about to start any time now. We need to prepare ourselves and mobilize our units. Shall I give the final command? Kate stammered a little, not knowing what to do, but Mark decisively answered, taking command. Yes, make the announcement. Everything should be perfect. The Lord has paid 2.5 billion gold coins. It is not a simple amount. The reinforcements had better be prepared. Everything has to go perfectly, and both our offense and defense have to be rock solid. We will win this battle with or without our blood hall lord. Make it clear. Varnix bowed again, and then quickly rolled out a crude map on a low table. Please, my lord, take a look at the plan, and let me know if it is to your liking. He outlined the entire city and the newly stationed reinforcements. He pointed to the roads the army would use and where he was putting the mages and the archers. He outlined all the big details of the battle setup and waited for Mark's response. Mark took a moment and observed everything. He did his best to see if there was anything he could contribute, but at the end of the day, Varnix was a lot more talented and experienced than he ever was. Especially in these sorts of things, he could only agree with his planning. Where do you think I should start? He asked the old vampire for his opinion. But Varnix immediately shook his head. My lord, I think you should wait. I think that we should first get a lay of the land before you step in. Mark nodded.
The vampire then quickly made his move, while Mark and Kate were left staring at each other. "Fuck, this is really happening," Kate finally spoke. "How are we going to win without him?" Mark also had a grave look on his face. "We have to win no matter what. There is simply no other choice." "What do we actually do first?" Kate was very nervous. The last time around, they were merely fighting as part of the army, but this time, everything was different. Mark calmly pointed to the main roads on the map. "We lock the gates, we set the archers on the rooftops, and the mages where they can cover the lines of advance. The army holds in reserve behind the eastern ridge. If the dogs break the front, we funnel them into the kill zone by the old market. Mages here and here, healers separated into 3 groups, and the rest we would have to see and arrange based on how everything progresses." Elora stepped forward. "I'll take the forward squad with Calethorn. We'll hold the center road."
Kate drew in a breath. The plan was practical, tidy, but would it really work? 2.5 billion gold coins had earned them a lot of reinforcements, high quality and fully geared. But was it really enough to hold back against a tide of kingdom NPCs and priests and divine NPCs? She did not want to disappoint Damon, no matter what. "Mark, can you tell me again where I should be and what I should be doing?" Mark nodded and repeated the whole thing. While the group continued to discuss the possible course of battle and every hurdle they could potentially face, a loud noise interrupted them. "Guys, where is Big Bro? I have some important news for him." Bloodwraith swaggered into the throne room, a grin plastered on his face. Phoenix followed behind him, calm as a dark pond, eyes scanning the room. "What happened?" Mark turned to look at them. Big Bro is not there? Okay. Anyways, you guys are going to laugh at this. Do you know what the other players are up to right now?" He laughed. "Check the world chat. This is hilarious. It is going to be a complete massacre. I mean, do these people not understand what Big Bro is capable of? Against him, even an army of players is completely useless. Just what are these idiots planning to achieve?" Mark's face fell. He had a feeling that the situation was not as funny as the guy was making it to be, and the moment he opened the world chat, he knew he was correct. The entire world was currently looking at Nira and talking about the Vampire Hall siege battle. The chat had previously been all about the Abyssal Zone and discussing seriously about how to crack that, but all of a sudden, somehow the attention seemed to have shifted once again to Blood God and Nira City. Someone talked about how easy it would be to farm reputation points and fame points in a large-scale battle, and this person's subtle encouragement made several players jump on the train to Nira City. Then the snowballing started, and it was impossible to take the city out of the spotlight. "Everyone, I heard that another vampire siege is going to go down in a couple of hours. I'm going over there. Who else wants to join me?" "Vampire siege? I'm there. Need healers and a few tanks. PM me." "Ha, lol. Are you guys joking? Last time everyone who went there got killed. It's suicide to go to Nira City today. Blood God will wipe the floor with you bitches." "Who's streaming this? I want to watch the chaos." "Fuck no. I am not going to get slaughtered again. I already lost a lot of levels in the Abyssal Zone." "Guys, I heard that the big shots from the Priest Hall and the Divine Temple are going to participate this time. There is no way Blood God is going to win this time." "Fuck you! Can't you see the leaderboards? That guy is the #1 powerhouse right now. There is no way he is going to lose." "He is just one guy. I heard thousands of NPCs are attacking Nira City this time. There is no way he's winning." "I'm going there, bitches. So what if I die? It's just one death." "Count me in. I need to get in on this." "Your funeral. You will be eating shit when this thing goes downhill." And the chat continued in a similar fashion. Clearly, the public opinion was pretty much divided. Some wanted to join in, and some did not want to risk their items and levels. At the end of the day, the situation was not as bad as it could have been. At least the tipping point was not there. There was no trigger that would create a mob mentality. Mark let out a small sigh of relief. With Damon missing, they really did not need this additional complication. Bloodwraith laughed and walked over to him, patting Mark on the shoulder.
Didn't I tell you that you would find this funny? Where is Big Bro? I want to talk to him about a few things. This time I want to participate too." Mark ignored the frivolous remarks and only addressed the last point. "You want to participate? That would make you a dark faction player. Is that okay with you? Are you a knight? It could have bad consequences for your class." Bloodwraith frowned. "I told him the same thing," Phoenix sighed. "Damn it! Then why the hell are we still in light faction? Can't we defect to dark faction already? This is bullshit. I also want to be on Big Bro's team." Phoenix rubbed her temples and looked at Mark, who gave her a silent nod. Younger siblings are a headache. There was no need for words to point out that truth. "By the way, where is Blood God? I have some things to discuss with him too." Mark shook his head. He opened his mouth to answer them when suddenly new system notifications flashed in front of everyone, bright and golden. "Ding! Dawnbreaker has become the new city lord of Valera City. Ding! Dawnbreaker has earned the title Hammer of Justice. Ding! Dawnbreaker has earned 10,000 reputation points and 5,000 fame. Ding! Guild Northern Frontier has become the first guild to possess a guild residence. Ding! Guild Northern Frontier has earned 10,000 reputation points and 5,000 fame." "Hey, isn't Valera City one of the neighboring cities of Nira?" Bloodwraith asked. Nobody answered, but the grave expressions on Mark's, Kate's, and Phoenix's faces spoke volumes. Unfortunately, the system notifications did not stop with just that. Barely a minute had passed when a new series of notifications rang out loudly. "Ding! Celestial Hero has become the new city lord of Hagara City. Ding! Celestial Hero has earned 8,000 reputation points and 3,000 fame. Ding! Celestial Hero has become the second guild to possess a guild residence. Ding! Celestial Hero has earned 8,000 reputation points and 3,000 fame." "Bro, what the hell is happening? Haga City is also one of the neighboring cities of Niera. I know this. We always use Haga City's teleportation portals to get here. How come their ruling party has changed suddenly? Wait, how did this bastard become a city lord? I know European Coalition, and I have never heard of this guy's name before." But the system notifications still did not stop. Another series of golden notifications flashed brightly in front of everyone's eyes. "Ding! Rune Priestess has become the new city lord of Ibiza City. Ding! Rune Priestess has earned 5,000 reputation points and 1,000 fame. Ding! Guild Southern Vanguard has become the third guild to possess a guild residence. Ding! Guild Southern Vanguard has earned 5,000 reputation points and 1,000 fame." Bloodwraith's eyes went wide. He could not believe what he was seeing. Within a span of 5 minutes, 3 cities around Niera City have fallen into players' hands, that too just a couple of hours before the Blood Hall siege was about to begin. This was completely ridiculous. The room fell silent. Everyone stared at the golden dings floating in the air, thinking pretty much the same thing. "Wait, what?" Bloodwraith laughed, but it sounded small. "Haga City? Ibiza? How did they all flip at once?" Mark slammed his palm on the table. "This isn't random. Someone's making a move. Fast." "They can't really contribute to the battle, right? I mean, it's all very last minute. There's no way they would be able to get an army ready by the time the siege starts," Bloodwraith asked nervously. Phoenix shook her head. "No, you can count on it. The hidden families have finally made their big move. These 3 cities are definitely going to participate in the Blood Hall siege along with the main army coming from the Kingdom, the Priest Hall, and the Divine Temple." "Hidden families?" Mark asked. "Right, you don't know about them." Bloodwraith became serious as he tried to explain as best he could. "These hidden families are extremely powerful and influential families in our real world. They are behind the world's economic and political landscape. Do you think the President of the United States is the most powerful man in the world? Bloodwraith bitterly smiled and shook his head. Nope, the most powerful man, in fact, would be the old man from Northern Frontier, or so I have heard. The hidden families are always mysterious, and they are constantly trying to one-up each other. No one knows who the most powerful one is, but they all hold an almost equal standing. At least no one has yet dared to openly fight against another hidden family. Mark and Kate listened intently. Phoenix continued her brother's explanation. Right. Now, these things are not important. The most important thing you have to know is that these hidden families have each established their own guild in the game, and so far they have all been in the shadows. I thought they would continue to rule in the shadows for a while longer, but shockingly, today they have revealed themselves. So these Dawnbreaker, Celestial Hero, and Rune Priestess belong to these hidden families? Kate asked. Phoenix nodded with a strange light in her eyes. They don't just belong to the hidden families. They are the young leaders, or young masters, whatever the term, of these hidden families. This is extremely drastic even for them. They have just directly taken control of their guilds and come out in public holding nothing back at all, and I can only think of one reason why they would do such a thing. Phoenix paused and looked at Kate and Mark. Tell me, did Blood God have something to do with the Abyssal Zone? Kate remained silent, while Mark shook his head. We have no idea what Damon does, or why he does. We only know what he tells us. The thing is, Mark and Kate did indeed know more about the Abyssal Zone, but without Damon's permission, they did not want to reveal anything, even if it was Bloodwraith and Phoenix. Fine, maybe he's involved, maybe he's not. But let me tell you one thing, he has to be very careful now. The hidden families have made a big move today. They are not going to be satisfied without seeing blood. If they made themselves public, then there is only one reason. They want to take down Blood God and step on his corpse to grab the world's attention. Mark clenched his fists. It's fine, it doesn't matter. Even if their army is bigger, we will win. We will not be the ones losing today. Phoenix shook her head. No, you are underestimating them too much, Mark. Do you know why the hidden families were able to establish powerful guilds in the game? Mark did not say anything. Do you think just economic and political power is enough to establish big guilds in the game? Think again. The hidden families are powerful for a very different reason. Their real power is not their position in the real world. Their real power comes from blessings. Both Mark's and Kate's eyes widened as they heard the familiar term. So you do know about blessings. Let me tell you something. Every single hidden family has a god backing them up. They have a direct blessing from a god. Not the god in our mythologies and stories. Actual gods. Suddenly, everything became clear to Mark. Damon's blessing, and the fight they had back at the frozen lands in the north and the real world, everything became abundantly clear. Mark still remembered the fear and pressure he had felt back then from that bizarre creature. He had always wondered what had happened back then. Now he knew. Phoenix let out a sigh, seeing their blank expressions slowly changing. I don't know why Damon hasn't explained any of this to you guys. You need to be more prepared. I'm sure you both are talented enough, but someone like you can't possibly stand against monsters like them. If they decide to take you down, you cannot win. It is as simple as that.
Mark didn't say anything. He knew there was only one reason his idiot friend hadn't told them any of this. He was probably trying to protect them from the truth about who they were up against, and to give them as much time as possible to enjoy their normal lives. Mark sighed. He looked at Kate and already saw dread and panic in her eyes. You couldn't throw the word God around without consequences. What was a god? A being that could crush them like ants if it pleased, a being that only had to snap its fingers to wipe out entire worlds. How could anyone fight an enemy like that? How could they possibly stand against something so far beyond them?
Submission seemed like the only option. But what would their lives be like if they bowed to a being they couldn't understand? Wouldn't their future depend entirely on that so-called God's whims? Could such a life ever be peaceful? What if that same God chose to enslave them? Mark breathed out slowly and forced the fear down. Panic helped no one. That was exactly why Damon hadn't told them everything. When a goal is at least somewhat attainable, it can motivate you. But when a goal is crushingly impossible, it only spreads panic and dread. Mark clenched his fists. No, their survival was not crushingly impossible. They might be up against gods and demons, but they also had someone equally monstrous on their side. He flicked his status screen open and stared at the 2 words in his status. Primordial's blessing, incomplete. He had no idea where Damon was right now or what he was up to, but he was sure that he would be back in time for the battle. Right now, he was not fighting these gods or demons. His job was to simply hold down the fort until Damon gets back, and he was going to focus on just that. Are you listening? You guys might as well cut your losses now and go somewhere else. Maybe you could plan a surprise attack on one of these cities later and take them out. Right now it's not logical and rational for you guys to fight against 3 hidden families, especially when they have decided to come out with full strength, Phoenix suggested. Mark could see that she was telling this for their own good. The woman was a shrewd business person, and she thought like one. If they were truly against these impossible odds, then what she suggested would be the best possible option. But Mark shook his head. Thanks, but no. We will stand and fight. Phoenix opened her mouth to say something, but in the end she decided not to. You guys, take a look at the world chat and the local chat. Bloodwraith suddenly interrupted them. Everyone froze. Mark and Kate hurriedly pulled up the system interface, and so did Phoenix. Sightings of players moving toward Niera. Loads of them. Guys, did you notice how many top players are there in Dawnbreaker's guild? I don't think it's so dangerous to join the fight anymore. Even killing 1 vampire NPC will net a lot of experience points and drops. It's definitely worth it. Both Southern Vanguard and Northern Frontier have started assembling. I heard that the entire guild is going to participate in the raid battle. It's going to be a complete massacre. You forgot European Coalition. They are also assembling. Shit, I'm going to go. I cannot miss such a big opportunity. With so many players, I can just stand in the side and shoot arrows at some bloodsucker. Count me too. Me too. Shall we form a party? Add me. I'm level 56 tank and I have good gear. Let's go and rape that bastard blood god. ... The world chat, which was previously undecided, suddenly became completely lopsided in one direction. The several players were no longer hesitant to join the battle. Everyone seemed to have gained a boost of confidence. People shouted, argued, and signed up. Offers to join the fight poured in. Some were honest volunteers, some hoped to grab loot, some wanted to watch a show. A few trolls wrote nothing but emojis. But overall, the players interested in joining the battle suddenly exploded exponentially. Players from all parts of the world were suddenly flocking to the teleportation centers to get to Niera. Everyone was extremely frustrated with the Abyssal Zone, and this somehow came at a perfect time to take the brunt of that frustration. Kate's face went white as she read. Mark felt his stomach tighten. Phoenix let out a sigh, and even Bloodwraith did not seem as confident as before. By the way, where is Big Bro? Is he seeing all of this? Should we do something about all this? Mark did not say anything. Is he here, right? Bloodwraith asked again. This time, instead of Mark, Phoenix spoke. He's not here, is he? He'll be here soon. Mark did not say anything else, but Phoenix was way too intelligent not to notice things. For your sake, I hope he does. She nodded. In the meantime, if there's anything you need, tell me and I will try my best to do it. Thanks. I will now get back to the arrangements. Mark quickly finished their conversation and walked over to Varniax to update him about the situation. He wasn't sure if the vampire NPC knew about these developments on the player's side. If this many players were joining the battle, then it was going to be a significant setback for them, one that might even cost them this battle if they did not plan accordingly. "Damon, where the hell are you?" Mark silently muttered under his breath. More importantly, he wondered if his friend was caught in some sort of troublesome situation he couldn't get out of. Knowing his friend, there was no way Damon wouldn't be here if he couldn't. His name being grayed out made nothing better. Maybe he was truly stuck somewhere and needed their help.
Meanwhile, back in the Bloodlands, a few hours earlier, dream on, dream on, dream on. Dream until your dreams come true, 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 true. Damon swung his hips and danced around as he sliced another horde of demonic beasts that lunged at him. Blades of blood flashed, limbs flew, the beasts hit the ground in a spray of dark blood. Damon laughed and kept dancing in the same spot as he absorbed all the blood essence spilled all over. The elven girl who was sitting on the ground near him, holding her knees and trembling, stared at the scene in shock. There was fear in her eyes as she eyed the monster corpses all around her, but there was even more shock and horror when her gaze fell on Damon and how casually and effortlessly he was dealing with everything that came his way. "What are you looking at, Green Eyes? Is this your first time seeing someone fight or what? It's not like I'm gonna kill you next." Damon wryly chuckled. He liked it much better when the girl was sleeping and didn't stare at him with those judgmental eyes that seemed to hate violence. "Do you know what's going to happen if I don't fight and kill them? We will die. They will eat us alive. Do you know what's going to happen if you continue to be a scared little girl like this? One day, someone will snatch you again and push you into a life a lot more miserable than this." Damon dismissed the blood sword and sat down with a sigh as he used his wind magic to gather all the loot around. "You need to become stronger. You need to be able to fend for yourself. I mean, do you always want to be a sad little slave girl? I'm sure life has been miserable for you, but you are safe now. Use this opportunity to become stronger." "Well, you can also continue to be this helpless little mute girl. I will be protecting you for the time being, and later will probably leave you in a safe place where you do not have to worry about anything. But at the end of the day, unless you become strong, I don't think you will ever feel safe. Any thoughts?" The elven girl only continued to stare at him dumbly. Damon let out a sigh and did not bother talking to her anymore. He had tried talking to her in a bunch of different ways. He had already done the sympathy role. He tried to be understanding. Short of promising her freedom, he pretty much did everything else, and still there was no response. "Ah, fuck!" Damon scratched his head and sat down beside her. He had already told her that, unlike him, she was free to move around, but the elven girl showed no signs of moving. Instead, the world around them started moving. Damon's eyes lit up. Whoever placed the curse on him surely did not take into account the fact that he was sitting in the middle of complex formations that changed the very space he was in. The whole place rearranged itself every few hours, and it looked like that time was finally here. So what was going to happen now? Age-old freaky formation set up by some old monstrous vampire or his curse? Which was going to win? Well, technically, the curse could still win. It seems to be an extremely powerful one just from what little knowledge he had about curses. So he couldn't just let Jesus take the wheel and hope for the best. He needed to ensure that he used this chance properly and gave it the push it required. He had been spending a few hours sitting idly now, and he managed to rummage through his brain and think of something. There were many different types of curses in Earth Online, and many different types of professions could use them.
However, a curse as powerful as this one was probably stuck to his very soul. Not his body, not his mind, but directly his soul. That had to be the reason why he was unable to even log out and get back to the real world. However, dealing with one's soul was completely different from dealing with one's mana core. Even if they were moderately talented, one would be able to easily reach for their mana core and learn how to use it. But the same couldn't be said for the soul. One needed to be truly talented to get a sense for their soul like that old man Artemis or Silvara, and even more talented to be able to use soul energy. Damon was pretty sure that those Ice Clan guys had only a third-tier soul cultivation technique in their possession, and hence their current condition was pathetic. But everything would change if they truly came into possession of techniques of a higher caliber. The same goes for the other Super 10. If all these guys managed to get their hands on anything related to soul, Damon would be fucked over. This was also one of the reasons why he wanted to get his hands on a soul-strengthening technique and catch up to them. Of course, there was also his injury and the fact that his primordial mana core could potentially explode from the inside out at any given instant, blasting him and his soul. Considering all of this, one could say that this was not his first brush against his soul. Maybe there was a way he could reach for his soul and even take everything a step forward and identify the mark of the curse, or at least the presence of it on his soul. If by chance he ended up doing something like that, then there is a very real possibility he could simply erase the damn thing from within him. It was a bad idea, a stupid idea. He had absolutely zero chances of achieving it, but he had no other ideas at the moment. It was time to give this one a try.
After a few minutes of intense focus and concentration, Damon opened his eyes. He was no longer sitting on the random dirt road on the path to the Commoner's Mountain. Instead, he was on a cliff this time. The elven girl was still next to him, but everything else had completely changed. Of course, just as luck would have it, they were not exactly alone. Baring its teeth at them was a massive beast, a hulking lion-like creature the size of a wagon. Its fur looked like dried blood, and black veins pulsed across its body. Its eyes burned a dull amber. Steam rose from its flaring nostrils. It stood with its hackles up, low growl vibrating through the rock. Ding. Level 180, Demon Heart Ferocious Lion, Elite Rank. Damon's eyes widened. Just like that, they had been thrust smack dab in front of an elite rank demonic beast. Normal demonic monsters were harder to handle as it was, and now an elite demonic beast was staring down at him with a level 180 to boot. The elven girl became pale with fright. All blood drained from her face as she felt the wrath and the murderous aura of the monstrous beast. However, Damon only let out a casual sigh. He did not care about the lion so much. He was more disappointed that he was still cursed. Also, dodging this thing locked in a single spot was going to be a tad challenging, especially with the elven girl on his side. He started with a blood barrier around the elven girl. The lion snarled and charged at him. Its paw came crashing down at him. Normally he would have dodged this attack, but now he had to face it head-on. No problem. He allowed the beast to draw blood. Just a small scratch. The lion roared with delight at the scent of its enemy's blood and prepared to strike again, but all of a sudden its movements became slow and sluggish. Demonic fire erupted around it as it roared in anger. It realized it had been poisoned. But Damon did not give it any time to rest. He sent out a barrage of poison needles at the beast. The lion was fast. Unlike Damon, it had the ability to move and it evaded most of the needles, and what struck it was not enough to deal significant damage to it. However, Damon was not done just yet. Right after the needle attack, he severed juicy divine blades back to back. Divine swords, one after the other, fell from the sky. They struck the lion mercilessly, and the huge beast staggered from the damage. The lion had a whopping 10 million health, and each divine sword that landed chipped away almost 100,000 at a time.
The damage was extra amplified thanks to its weakness against divine and holy attacks. At this rate, the lion realized that it was going to go down swiftly. It let out an enraged roar and activated its ultimate attack without holding back. Dust and rock flew up. Then it slammed both front paws into the ground and let out a sound like a mountain breaking. A wave of dark fire and shock hit it once. The cliff shook. Loose stones tumbled. The elven girl screamed and tried to curl into herself behind the little barrier Damon had cast. A scorching wave of dark fire erupted and rushed straight for them like a tsunami. Even with Damon's high fire resistance and affinity, he could still feel the attack's intensity. He instantly knew why was the case. Hellfire. The lion's attack contained traces of hellfire. Damon slammed the bastion of the condemned up around them like a brick wall. The barrier shuddered. Damon poured everything into it. His hands shook. Mana burned through him like cold fire. The barrier held long enough for the worst to pass, but it was cracking. Hairline fractures spidered across the surface. The lion didn't stop. It leapt forward, claws aimed at the barrier. Damon did not give it a chance. He followed it up with Divine Bladestorm and Radiant Wellspring. Radiant Wellspring weakened the already sluggish beast, and Divine Bladestorm tore through its huge body, draining away the rest of its health. The divine blades kept falling until the lion could no longer stand. It staggered, muscles twitching, then folded. A cloud of dust and a shower of black blood covered the cliff. The beast lay still. Damon let out a long breath, immediately absorbing all of the blood essence that he could. Several system notifications flashed in front of him. Ding. You have killed a demon heart ferocious lion. Ding. You have gained experience points. Ding. Bloodline extraction successful. Ding. You have extracted the ability Roar. Ding. You have gained +1 strength. What shitty luck! Damon's face twitched. I'm pretty sure that the beast had a lot more powerful skills, but it looks like I got the worst of it. On the plus side, at least I did not meet anything powerful enough to slaughter me. Then suddenly something struck him as odd. Where weird one. Shouldn't the Crimson Mountains only contain low-level demonic beasts? What's with this lion? Where did it come from? He thought about it for a while and shrugged. Well, whatever. There's probably 1 or 2 of these guys around. I don't need to think about this. I should be working on this fucking curse. I can't believe it's still stuck with me, even with the rune formation of the Crimson Mountains. Just how strong is this curse? Damon was about to try to reach his soul one more time just to get a feel for it when his senses prickled. He instantly summoned a rain of poison needles and sent them out in all directions. However, it was of no use. The next second, 10 demon heart ferocious lions appeared roaring loudly. They spread out in a circle and charged towards Damon and the elven girl. Damon bitterly smiled. It was true that he wished for more of these lions so he could get at their unique skills, but he was fine if his wish was not particularly fulfilled. For the next couple of minutes, Damon poured everything into the fight. He pushed his body and his mana to the limit and fired off every powerful skill he had. Divine Bladestorm tore the air into silver rain. Radiant Wellspring kept him breathing while Bastion of the Condemned took the worst of the hits. He spat poison needles, lashed out with Blood Whip, and slammed down a divine punishment like a hammer. Bloodbind iced the faster ones in place so the divine blades could finish the job. Damon utterly squeezed everything he had and blasted all of his powerful attacks multiple times to finally slaughter all 10 demon heart ferocious lions. In the end, even that was not enough, and he was forced to use his trump card, Fire Breath. The 10 lions fell one by one, roaring, then collapsing into smoking heaps of fur and dark blood. Damon sat down and hurriedly absorbed all of the blood essence he could get his hands on. His breathing was ragged, and he was completely exhausted, but the rich blood essence nourished him and made it all a little better. Not to mention, his luck finally took a turn for the better, and he obtained the 2 skills he was most interested in: Demon Heart Fire and Red Blood. One skill contained traces of hellfire, and the other skill helped to amplify the first skill. He had also gained a good amount of stats along with the 2 skills, plus pretty good drops, all sweetening the pot. I should see just how much this can strengthen my flaming crimson lance. Damon licked his lips. Also, my fire breath. Maybe I do need stronger opponents after all. He mumbled and chuckled to himself before closing his eyes and taking a breather. The next couple of hours passed by uneventfully, and Damon started training, reaching out to his soul. The next shuffling could take place any second now, and when it happened, he wanted to be prepared for it. I hope it doesn't take too long. He let out a small sigh, closed his eyes, and went back to training. Coincidentally, a strange feeling enveloped him, and when he flashed his eyes open, he saw that the world around them was once again changing. Fuck, Damon cursed, and hurriedly started trying to grab his soul. He did want the shuffling to happen sooner than later, but he did not want it to happen this early. He once again tried to do his very best, but in the end it was completely useless. He was now in a new area, and the curse was still in place. More importantly, staring at him was a 6-headed snake, all heads looking at him with vicious killing intent. "Excuse me, maybe we can work this out. I have many snake pets. You can be one of them. I am the Venom King's heir," Damon proudly declared, but almost instantly numerous powerful beams came down on him. The damn snake did not give him any time at all, and it seemed not to give 2 shits about the Venom King. "You have got to be kidding me." All 6 beams were quite powerful, and they were all focused at the same spot which he was currently locked in, making the attacks even more deadly. Normally, he would have evaded a shitty, powerful skill like this, but now he was forced to take the brunt of it, and he had to protect the elf, too. "You cannot always use my god's name to get out of trouble," the familiar voice mentally scoffed at him, but Damon did not have the time to respond to the bitchy snake item spirit. He said a mental "fuck you" and once again erected Bastion of the Condemned, and quickly followed it up with his 2 other powerful divine skills. This gave him a moment, and he was finally able to see the stats of the damned snake. Ding, level 226, 6-headed hell serpent, elite rank. This demonic beast was even higher leveled than the demon heart ferocious lion. Damon was utterly dumbfounded. What was happening? That too, this one was another elite rank monster. Also, weirdly, this demonic beast seemed to be capable of using hellfire. It was too much of a coincidence. Damon once again spent the next few minutes in a bitter struggle with the 6-headed serpent. With the elven girl dragging him down like a dead weight, it was almost touch and go a few times in between. In the end, he had to toss the girl aside just to make sure that she was not in a danger zone. Not that it mattered. The exchange attacks were so brutal that there was no safe space in the nearby area. Damon had to pull out every trick he had, including his fire breath, to end the fight. He had to work out using hellfire on the spot and combine demon heart fire with fire breath and burning crimson lance right then and there. Finally, using his shadow clone to launch a sneak attack, he managed to sever one of the heads, and from there, everything eventually turned out in his favor. Soon, all the heads dropped one after the other, and the snake finally collapsed without any fight left in it. Damon was not doing that much better either. He was dripping with blood and sweat. These high-ranking monsters didn't exactly fall easily prey to his poisonous blood, making everything all the more difficult. Also, these beasts seemed to have a solid stat foundation. He couldn't really overpower them with his abundant stats thanks to the level difference. Things were beginning to get tricky. Also, Damon had a bad feeling. His gut told him that the next shuffling wouldn't be simple. As he mulled over what the hell was going on, and why he was jumping from one monstrosity to another instead of being randomly shuffled over to a demon bunny, something sparkling caught his eye. Damon didn't get a real look at the place while the six-headed snake was shredding the cliff. Now that the fight was over and the dust had settled, he could finally take it in. They hadn't been standing on a cliff at all. The ground under Damon's boots was cracked. Rivers of orange lava flowed below, spitting steam and ash. Flame licked at the edges of the plateau. Broken, charred bones and scorched rocks lay everywhere. The serpent's beams had burned deep grooves into the stone. And behind where the serpent had stood, there was now a glowing chest visible. A golden-colored treasure chest. Damon's heart raced. Golden-colored treasure chests had a high chance of containing something precious. He immediately tried to run towards it, only to realize he couldn't move from the spot. "Motherfucker," he cursed under his breath. The chest was right in front of him, and yet he couldn't reach it. But thankfully, he was not alone. "Green Eyes, get up! I have a job for you. Go and open that treasure chest." The elven girl flinched like he had slapped her. Her hands trembled, but she stood up slowly. She took a step, then another, and then another. Damon sighed impatiently. Normally he wouldn't care, but given everything bizarre that was happening, he had a feeling that the next shuffling might come even sooner than expected. He did not want to lose a treasure chest just because this girl was too slow. A few seconds later, she finally squatted in front of the treasure chest and gritted her teeth, trying very hard to open it. It looked like she was having some difficulties. "Can you turn the treasure chest around? Let me take a look. Does it need a key?" The elven girl nodded. "Of course it needs a key. Damn it. Where will I go now to find a key?" Damon once again used some wind energy to pull the treasure chest closer to himself, but it was of no use. He then summoned his shadow clone and sent it on a search hunt. If there were a treasure chest here, then the snake should have dropped a key. It was only logical. Some tricky places were an exception, and the key could even be hidden in the surroundings, so it was worth looking around. The clone vanished among the blackened ribs and lava-splashed boulders. The elven girl watched, pale and barely breathing. While the clone was looking around, Damon also did not remain idle. He activated Blood Lens to see if he could spot some anomaly. At first, he couldn't spot anything, but then, over a pocket of red-hot magma, where continuous bursts of hot gas erupted every now and then, there was something hidden. He could see a faint energy signature. Damon immediately instructed the clone to go over there. The clone tried its best to touch the rock when the burst of gas was not there, but in the end, it did take a hit. 50% of its health was drained in a single hit. This was only thanks to the fire essence resistance the clone shared with Damon. Otherwise, it would have been obliterated in a single hit. Luckily, there were no more tricks, and the key was simply under the rock. The clone grabbed it and dropped the key near the elf. "Pick it up," Damon ordered. The elven girl flinched. The key was piping hot, and her skin would be fried if she touched it. Yet, because of Damon's order, she leaned down to pick it up without hesitation. She closed her eyes, braced for the worst, and touched the key. Immediately, her eyes widened. The key did not burn her at all. When she opened her eyes, she saw a layer of blood energy covering her hand. The elven girl turned to look at Damon in shock. It was clear that he had created the barrier so that she wouldn't get hurt. "Go on, Green Eyes. We don't have all day. Can you open the chest now?" The elven girl slid the key into the lock with shaking hands. The metal gave a soft click, and the lid creaked open. A warm gold light spilled out. She pulled back, blinking against it. Inside the chest were 3 things: a red-colored flower, a red-color stone, and a mask of sorts. "Bring it to me, quick." The elven girl hurriedly handed the items over. Her fingers still shook, but she did not drop anything. Damon flipped the red flower, the red stone, and the strange mask between his hands. He wanted to inspect them, but nothing was working. All 3 items only displayed question marks. Damon frowned. He was a bit disappointed, as he had hoped to find something he could use right now, but it was fine. Clearly, these were valuable items, and if not today, he would find out their details sooner or later. He tossed them into his spatial ring and saw back down. He took another look around to see if any more 6-headed snakes popped out, but this seemed to be the only monster in this region. It was probably guarding the treasure chest. Right, what skill did I get from the snake? He was completely distracted by the treasure chest that he forgot about this part. He quickly opened his status screen to take a look. Hellflame Aura. Huh. Damon's eyes widened as he clicked the skill description. Hellflame Aura. Passive, C rank. Surrounds the user with a faint halo of hellfire that scorches enemies inside a 10-meter radius. Increases all fire damage when aura is active. Damon stared at the lines twice. A passive hellfire aura. That explained many things. The damned snake was so strong only because of this aura boost. It must have upgraded the skill to B rank or maybe even higher to become that powerful. He tried activating the skill to observe its effects.
Immediately, a fiery aura enveloped Damon. It was not a fire that nourished. It was a fire that burned down everything in its path. It was a fire that was the definition of madness and chaos. He became even more shocked. Even with just a small amount, the passive hellfire aura boost felt huge. He could tell that if he pushed it, his attacks would hit way harder. The strange thing was that the aura wasn't only on him. He could feel the same aura, traces of it, coming off the nearby magma river. No wonder the 6-headed snake had such a strong skill. Living beside that magma for decades, the beast had learned how to use the river's hellfire. It had taught itself tricks most creatures never saw. This was an extremely rare thing. Not everyone could freely use hellfire. It was just like the worm's breath. It was a superior energy essence that normal fire essence could not compete with. The weird thing was, he had already come across 2 beasts who could use it freely. First, it was the demon heart ferocious lion, and now the 6-headed snake. Both creatures had only a small mastery of the hellfire, but it was more than enough to give them a huge advantage. This left only one question. Could the demon heart ferocious lions be somewhere nearby? The shuffling of the landmass was, in theory, completely random. However, small patterns could possibly emerge every now and then. What if he was being carried into something with every fold of the landmass? Damon thought about it for a while and then returned to his soul training. What was the plank in thinking over something he had no control over? He sent his shadow clone to search for anything else that could be hidden in this place, and continued to try and reach for his soul. He was definitely not as talented as Silvara or the old man in this aspect. Even after many hours, he was only drawing a blank. He took a deep breath and kept at it, and just like that, another few hours went by. Damon rubbed his eyes. A whole day had slipped by and he had nothing to show for it. The curse still held. His shadow clone came back empty-handed, and his soul reach felt dull and distant. At this rate, it would truly become impossible for him to make any move before the Blood Hall raid started or even ended. Damon was contemplating what to do next when, abruptly, the world around him started to blur. "It's starting!" he shouted as he prepared himself mentally. The next second he felt an intense heat wave assaulting him. He immediately had a feeling what the next place was going to be, and there was only a fraction of a second before the shuffling completed and he was teleported. In the last moment, he shoved a teleportation scroll into the elven girl's hand and activated it for her. "Get out of here!" Instead of trying to remove the curse on his soul, he had to take this gamble and get her out of here. Otherwise, just as the world changed, revealing a fiery hell, a blinding light swallowed the elven girl whole, and her figure disappeared. Unlike him, she was not bound to the spot after all. She was able to escape from the location cleanly.
And just in time, as a pillar of hellfire slammed into the spot where the elven girl had been standing right next to Damon. The blast ripped up stone and ash. Heat hit Damon like a wall. He threw up a barrier without thinking. Bastion of the condemned bloomed around him and the girl's spot. The shock smashed the shield hard. Cracks crawled across it, but it held long enough for the worst to pass. Rock and molten spray rained down. Damon let out a sigh of relief, even as his health dropped by a whole 10%. The elven girl was gone. Her teleportation worked. On the other hand, he was not so lucky. He still stood pinned to the same spot by the curse, and whatever had hit them had been aimed right where she had been standing. If he had hesitated even for a moment, she would be a smear on the stone. He had no time to brood. Just as he had guessed, it looked like he was currently on a particular pattern path. The landmass shuffling was taking him to someplace deeper and deeper into the ground, maybe into a mountain or someplace where there was abundant hellfire all around. This wouldn't be a problem if there were a lot of creatures all around him. He could consume their blood and slowly build a resistance to hellfire, and might even be able to use it if he consumed enough of them. However, as it was, he was currently at a huge disadvantage. There simply were no demonic monsters near him. He needed blood and bloodlines to adapt, and right now he was running low. Also, vampires had a natural weakness for hellfire. This was the fire that specifically belonged to the superior demon races. So what the hell was something like that doing in the Crimson Mountains? He had never heard of this place before, even in his last lifetime. There shouldn't be any hellfire-rich places like this in the vampire territory. It simply did not make sense. Damon sighed and squatted as he sent his senses around to see what he was potentially dealing with. He could detect some life forms some distance away, but they seemed to be on the other side of the mountain or something like that. He was currently in the middle of what looked like a huge cavern, and everything around him was burning. There was hellfire all around him. Everywhere he looked, there were hellfire rivers, hellfire bursts, and hellfire rain. His health was dropping fast. He used his blood reserves to refill his health, but his reserves would dwindle fast. If the land mass reshuffling did not take place fast enough, he might even completely run dry of his blood reserves.